At Tim Snorton's, we have what you need to make it through your day. Need breakfast? You got it. Lunch or dinner? Made to order, just the way you want it.
Delicious.
Thirsty? Try our famous ice fap. A nice latte? Or a classic roast. And don't forget dessert, like our signature Snort bits.
Oh, it was good.
Tim Snorton's. We've got you covered.
All right. How's it going, everybody? Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSPNEWS, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the newsroom and welcome to the Goutopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report, brought to you by Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Hard Snorts, gin and tonic, that toxic flavor that'll never waver. And Tim Snorton's. Always salty. I hope you guys are doing all right. I hope you guys are doing all right. So, coming off of the initial proposal as well as the email, if you will, video that just went out, or it's been out, it's been at least a day or so, I guess. We're now tackling DSP's initial response to that, for whatever that's worth, by the way, excuse me. And speak on the upcoming interview that is popping up. So without any further ado, welcome to my TED Talk. So, as I had said in the last broadcast, I do not have any expectation at all going into this. I feel like as time goes on, between now essentially and the time of the interview, more interest is going to fall off. We're going through an interesting transition right now. And Stuttering Craig, I think, is showing, if he hasn't shown already, he's gonna curve himself, I think. As I pointed out in the last broadcast, him and the other three members of SideScrollers already went from this kind of fun-loving podcast. They wanted to talk about games. They wanted to bring people on and old timers or the OGs, or they want to live through some nostalgia and get an idea of what it was like back in the day and where those people are at now. To now dipping their toes into the vortex, and you can see how it's physically and mentally changing them slightly, but certainly draining them. So I think that's going to be a problem. I think the idea of them bringing Darksydephil on for views and money was one thing, but now that it's become an interview, now that there's some expectations being put on, and now that they may, at least Stuttering Craig at the very least, believes he's going to have to answer for some stuff if shit don't go right, it's completely changed the dynamics of the situation. And it just goes to show what happens when people interact with Darksydephil, when they interact with Phil Burnell. That's how much of a toxic individual he is. And you could say Stuttering Craig is being pulled from two sides, but in truth, he's being pulled from three. He's being pulled by his own audience, who initially showed no interest in any of this and thought it was a bad idea, despite what Craig says. You have the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics saying that, hey, if you're going to turn this into an interview and if you're going to ask the hard questions, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is all the stuff that he put on himself. He said he was willing to ask the hard questions, that he wanted to ask the hard questions, and whatever. He's the one who put that on himself. The detractors, trolls, haters, and critics were like, hey, these are the questions that you need to ask. And here's the backstory to, and reinforce that. And then you have Darksydephil and what's left of his little audience or whatever, his little pig pen over there. And they're saying, please ignore the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics and give us a fair shake. Well, you can't ignore one side and only have your side heard and believe that's a fair shake, which is one of the fundamental problems that Darksydephil has as it pertains to the interview concept in the first place. He's like, oh, what all the propaganda, as he would probably say, is out there on me and I can't fight it and no one will listen to me. So I need a much larger platform to get myself out there and get my voice out there. First off and foremost, a lot of the propaganda that's used against you, Phil, is all your own fault. It's stuff that you've been putting out for years, and people had already heard or listened to through the grapevine or whatever the case may be, and that's what tainted you. And in truth, that's what stained you. What people did later just reinforced that. And they were able to isolate these other situations to coincide with things that you have already been known or you were already reputed to say. So even if in the smallest snowball's chance in hell, but snowball does sound funny. I wonder if that's an ice cream actually. Anyway, in the smallest chance that maybe something was said about you that was exaggerated, I don't want to say a lie, but let's say that was exaggerated, right? Fuck it. Let's say if something in the past was said about you that was a lie, something you did later reinforced it. Something you did later proved it. Or even worse than that, Phil, you know how you like your little nugget of truth? Like out of everything you say, there is a nugget of truth in everything that's said about you. There was one thing that made it believable. And that's what fucked you. Your reputation was screwed over long before I think anybody else put any real time or effort into whatever it is that they do as it pertains to their opinion of you. Whether you're a restreamer, whether you're someone who clips stuff, whether you're someone who gives commentary, whether you do a hybrid of all three, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he don't understand. And he thinks giving himself a bigger platform is going to prove that. What's going to happen, Phil, is you're going to go ahead and, let's say, hypothetical Pignosis is our favorite game. And I'll try to be quick about this, and then we'll move on to the broadcast. Let's say that you actually did go on to, you were given an opportunity to go on to Moist Critical's podcast. What's going to happen? You're going to go up there and spew a bunch of pig shit. Moist Critical will probably call you out on some of it, because some of it he's going to know is bullshit, and you're going to try to pig-splain it away, saying, oh, well, that was taken out of context, or, oh, you don't understand what was going on, oh, I suffer from depression, oh, I'm an alcoholic, oh, I just wasn't in the right headspace. You'll go ahead and do all this nonsense, all this bullshit, literally wasting everybody else's time, and then you're going to go ahead and waddle right back to your fucking snort for it. And then, and this is how it's going to really work out. This is how the demographics are going to get split up. Some people are going to be like, I would say easily 60% of Moist Critical's audience is going to be like, piss on that guy. He don't mean shit. I don't give a fuck about any of that bullshit and the drama around him. Don't care. And they're going to come back and listen to Charlie and whatever else he has to say. Moving forward, they're not going to care. 10 to 15% may actually show up to your streams. They're going to find out how lame it is, how boring it is, and how paranoid you are, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, there's a 24-hour isolation or quarantine. Quarantine sounds good. There's a 24-hour quarantine process over there with DSP's stream chat. You have to sub to him first, and then you have to be subbed to him for 24 hours just to talk. Once people find that out, once people figure out, oh, I got to sub to you just to be able to speak, and then it takes me 24 hours, unsub, I'm out. So 15 to 20% is gone there. The other 20% is going to go ahead and check out what the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics are doing. Let's say another 15 to 20%. Let's keep it on even ground. And they're going to be like, wow, this is a bit excessive. Oh, this is kind of silly. This, that, and the third. So 5% may drop off because that's a little too much. That's a little more than I need. The other 10 or 5 to 10% may be like, well, you know what? that guy right there is interesting. Or, you know what? I like that person's editing. Or, you know what? That's kind of funny. Or, you know what? I'm digging that person's personality or whatever. And they may stick around. And then they'll go back and say, hey, this person right here was pretty funny. Hey, this person right here was pretty funny. Hey, someone run the Reddit real quick and whatnot to the Moist Critical, like, the Moist Critical Reddit, if you will, and speak on that. Hey, someone go to one of the clip channels and, hey, have them drop this there. Or I'm going to say this in the comment section about something in particular because I thought it was funny. And whatever. All you're going to do is make your detractors, trolls, haters, and critics bigger that way. And you will get little to no benefit. You're not worth the time. They're not going to pick up and leave Charlie for you. And there's much better content creators that make gaming content that they could commit their time to than you. So you're going to lose on two fronts. You're not going to be insightful. You're not going to be entertaining. And more importantly, what you're doing now isn't good enough anyway. So you lose no matter what. And then on top of that, your quote-unquote enemies are going to end up actually benefiting because once you go on one of your infamous rants about how you didn't feel like that interview did you any favors, Charlie should have fought for you or whatever, Charlie's not going to say anything, but his audience will, at least a few of them. And so all you're going to do is reinforce, by you attacking Charlie in the long run, as you've already done, but I can point that out later, all you're going to do is reinforce the few who went to the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics and watched that content to keep supporting them. Especially as funny and as nonsensical as some of your spurg outs are. You're an idiot. Moist Critical did you a favor, Phil. I know you don't see it because you're just not smart. But he did you a favor. He wasn't there to benefit you, but he damn sure wasn't really trying to hurt you either. He just wanted to bring attention to a situation. And that's why he comboed your ass with Boogie. It was basically a 2-piece and a biscuit and maybe some slightly soggy fries. That's essentially what that was. And you still don't see it. So you ain't sat there spent all these weeks of saying, oh, I've come to my senses, I'm gonna stop begging now, and hey, Sir Critical or Sir Moist, you see, I stopped begging for like a couple of weeks now. I'm reformed now. I'm no longer a junkie. I'm no longer an alcoholic, whatever the case may be. Please go ahead and give me your platform now. I've been a good piggy for a week or two. Please give me your platform. And Charlie saw through that shit. Everybody did. Everybody did. So you did yourself no favors. As it pertains to the Stuttering Craig and the SideScrollers, they don't even. It's not even that much of a fight. It's really not. It really comes down to they're going to either sink or they're going to swim. But I don't know about having you on as a reoccurring guest. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I won't even say that it won't happen. I'm just saying I don't see the value in it. So I doubt that they will. After the shitstorm that they're going to have to deal with, and that's if they can weather it. Why would they want to deal with you again talking about games? Especially since they've probably seen enough about you to know that you don't like games. That you don't care about games. So what good are you? When you talk about your early DSP history, what are you going to tell them? What are you going to actually talk about early YouTube? How it was the days of milk and honey? How it was the gravy train and it was all about the money? And I played every game that I could so I could essentially saturate the search engine, right? To get my clicks. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the algorithm, don't look at the algorithm as the algorithm. Look at the algorithm as people. So when most content creators go and say, oh, the algorithm's fucking me over, what they're really saying is people aren't watching. Because YouTube can throw your video, or any other video, in front of as many people as they want. And if those people don't click on, then it don't matter. The algorithm doesn't force people to click the play button. So how will DSP explain his decline when that question comes up, if it does, I should say. Just to give you guys an idea. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard me speak on this long enough. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let's go ahead and get into the situation. Yet again, I hope you guys are all doing well. I don't smell no bacon cooking. So let's go ahead and get right into it. And I'll see you guys in just a second. There's going to be a whole lot of womp womps in this, I know.
also, a big topic we got to talk about today is something that you guys, I say you guys, but it's not. It's a select group of people, and we all know who they are, bombarded me with requests yesterday about, Phil, are you going to appear on some show? Phil, what's this about a podcast? Phil, do you like Stuttering Craig? Phil, are you moving to Texas? You know, okay, maybe not that last one. But basically, a lot of...
Yeah, moving to Texas might not have been the play for you, Phil. I mean, for Panda, yeah, but not for you. You're like I said, you can't handle the food, the weather, or the women. And damn sure you wouldn't be able to handle nor respect the culture out there. So that really just doesn't do you any favors either which way, now that I think about it. Anywho, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the Bottom Bitch podcast from, from March 3rd of 2023. Our current year of gout and also year of the rabbit. We're actually here with Diggs' Supercut. Big ups to Diggs. Let's see here. It is called Darksydephil talks about upcoming interview with the SideScrollers HELPPP. And that's that. The link to the original source will be down in the description. Diggs will eventually put all of his stuff up as a in a playlist or whatever the case may be. So, you know, look forward to that when that comes out, if that ever comes out. That's about that, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Let's go ahead and get the ball rolling. Time to let the snorts fly.
Questions. And yesterday, I wasn't ready to talk about said questions. Today I am. Today I am, indeed. Indeed. And I will talk about it fully and at length here on the show. So now I expect the viewership to go from 314 viewers. But also, a big topic we got to talk about today is something that you guys, I say you guys, but it's not. It's a select group of people, and we all know who they are, bombarded me with requests yesterday about Phil.
Well, apparently they're the only group that actually matters. If one, I mean, that's the way I take it. I've always said that when DSP has these little segments or whatever, he's not talking to his audience. He's not addressing his audience, right? He's addressing detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, because those are the people who matter to him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, these idiots give him money and shit, right? Like his pay pigs and the DSP cult or hate army. You know, the DSP hate army, I should say, because I don't want to confuse that with the hate army that actually matters on this side of the fence. You know, those people there are just a means to an end. They don't really mean shit. DSP cares about his opposition more than anything. He understands, believe it or not, he understands that he needs the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. They keep him relevant. They keep him alive in a lot of ways. The hate itself that is quote unquote emanating off of the community or off of this community or off people within the community, whatever, is what keeps him going. That's the real driving force. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the reason why, I think it's one of the reasons I should say, that people think that this idiot has pride, but he don't. It's all ego. It's all ego. If you're willing to fuck over your friends, if you're willing to fuck over your family, if you're willing to fuck over anybody that you could have potentially made money with, and or so-called peers that you had, not just only in the FGC, but within the fight, not just within the FGC, but within YouTube itself or on Twitch, then you'll fuck over anybody. You'll fuck over anybody. And if he could have stamped out the quote-unquote detractor menace all those years ago, he would. He tried to, and he failed miserably, as most locals do. And that's one of the reasons why he's at where he's at. He can never really change that either. It is what it is. But I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, his opposition is his driving force. They are, and it is his driving force, if you will. He has nothing else. What else is going to put one hook? Honestly, let me pose this question to you. What else does he have to put one hoof in front of the other each and every morning? Really? What does this man have? He has nothing in real life. He has the fake wife. He has the declawed cat, and that's it. He's waiting for his parents to die out. He doesn't have any contact with any of his other family members, even though, when DSP was in a position where he said he really, really, really needed money and he had no one that he could borrow from, supposedly an uncle or some shit like that came out of the woodwork and supposedly spotted him a large amount of money. I'm sure at his mother's behest. So there's that situation. And even then, that could have been a lie, because you got to assume everything that comes out of DSP's snout is just that until it can be cross-referenced to something before or something that will come later. So there's always that. But he has nothing in IRL. So everything is online. And he's absolutely hated and despised online. So for any of you out there who'd be willing to give DSP the benefit of the doubt, you would have honestly a hard time, and you'd be very hard pressed to try to prove to anybody that this individual, I'm not going to call him a man, but I have to kind of address him as that, even though he's the furthest thing from one. You'd be very hard pressed to prove that he's any different online than he is offline. If nothing else, offline, he's probably just as much of a coward that he is online. So he's probably very antisocial. He probably is one of these people who is quick to walk from one place to another. He doesn't really want to have any human interactions. He doesn't really want to see the world for what it is. You know what I'm saying? He'd rather see the world the way he thinks it is. And it's a dangerous place, and it's a scary place. He's absolutely fucking paranoid. And he has been forever. I think he was paranoid since the FGC, if not before that. Which explains why he exhibits some of the behavior that he exhibits. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. But there's nothing for him, sadly, in real life. And there's even less of him, or there's even less of anything for him in online. The only difference is he's known online. He's a nobody, but he's a nobody who's known online. Offline, he's just another bum. He's another individual who wasted his life chasing whatever, and it didn't mean shit. That's really what it comes down to. He's a shut-in. He's a hermit. He doesn't provide anything for society, yet he hopes to profit or get over or be elevated by society. There's truly nothing to him. But time will tell. Here we go.
Are you going to appear on some show? Phil, what's this about a podcast? Phil, do you like Stuttering Craig? Phil, are you moving to Texas? Okay, maybe not that last one. But basically, a lot of questions. And yesterday, I wasn't ready to talk about said questions. Today I am. Today I am, indeed. Indeed. And I will talk about it fully and at length here on the show. So now I expect the viewership to go from 314 viewers to 42,723 viewers. Well,
I want you to pay attention to that. Do you remember at the end of the Stuttering Craig email exchange, when Stuttering Craig also brought up the viewership? He's like, well, hey guys, now that the situation with the email's over or whatever, I've read his response, I've read my response. I'm looking at the viewer count, and I'm anxious to see how many of you guys decide to stick around, and how many people were just here for the email itself. Hopefully you guys stick around. Hopefully you guys give the podcast a chance. Now I understand why Craig would do that, but it's a bit more of a coincidence that both of them would speak about that in the same day. That is a thing. It's interesting that it's not necessarily out of pocket that Craig would say that. It is interesting that DSP decided to adopt that and use that on his podcast right now. Something about it.
hopefully not, because if that happens, it means someone botted the channel heavily, and I'll probably, get some inquisitive emails from YouTube.
Keep in mind, this is coming from the same idiot who had 3,000, 4,000 people show up, get botted on his stream, and was thinking they were real people, and was literally trying to talk to the bot saying, "Where did you guys come from? Who are you people?" If it was an act, then it was probably one of his better performances. But it wasn't. DSP really wanted to know. He wanted desperately for those bots to be real. That's really what it comes down to. He wanted desperately for those bots to be real. That shit was hilarious. Pathetic. Absolutely fucking laughable. But he wanted those bots to be real. For once, for the first time in many years, he wanted to be relevant. And for the days afterwards, he kind of tried to ride this phantom wave of being relevant for a while. But eventually it crashed. Eventually, reality, which is disappointment, shame, and anger set in. And then, he's right back to where he's at, drinking his fucking seltzer water and shit. Saying he's the peak of male performance. He didn't say that.
So I am going to talk about that on this very podcast. It will be a major topic because the whole thing kind of just happened out of nowhere. Let's put it that way. It kind of happened out of nowhere. Right. So anyway, I look human now. Before I would look like a vampire, right? Not that I don't look like a vampire on normal days, but okay. So
yeah, Phil, the sun's outside for a reason. Just saying. They say, truth be told, Phil, that this is something you can actually look up, that getting a bit of sun every day is kind of a good thing, but whatever. You're ready to die no matter what, which is really interesting to think about, that being that you don't like stationary people. But anyway, you're ready to die no matter what, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess you've had a good life at 40 or whatever, I suppose.
Yes, we're going to talk about that on this very show. I'm going to spill the beans fully and tell you the story of what's going on there and go from there, okay? But we'll talk about that later as a segment of the show. This is an hour to an hour and a half long podcast, so let's jump into the meat of it. Another news story is that apparently Guilty Gear Strive, a mainstream fighting game, is being added to Xbox Game Pass. And I got messaged by one of my viewers this morning about it, like, oh, this is exciting for the game and exciting. Well, will you check it out? And the answer is no. You guys know me when it comes to Guilty Gear. That's kind of the franchise that I never really got into. And by the way,
Guilty Gear Strive is a fun game and whatnot. So the fact that it's getting, it's getting more attention, which will bring more appeal to it, is a thing. You can find a bunch of videos out there, online tutorials that will walk you through how to play the game and whatnot. It has a very large community, so on and so forth. Here's where DSP's prejudice to this game comes from. Prejudice. Just came off talking about some of his hatreds. Let's talk about another one. DSP has never respected what he likes to call the anime games. He's never been someone to take those games seriously. And so he's had a long stint prejudice against those games going back to his FGC days. Matter of fact, he damn near tanked the tournament almost because of Guilty Gear and Tekken. Matter of fact, if you guys can find, Mr. Huffstuff has it. I don't know if he's re-uploaded it yet though, but it's from Alphaism Radio. There is a where they actually discuss about Guilty Gear type games or whatever, and it's placed in the FGC. And DSP, of course, calls in on it and acts like a total asshole because, back in those days and even now, really, Capcom is the king of everything and everything else is bullshit. And so he developed himself a pretty ugly reputation around those people, in the fact that, he talks down and says they're not real fighters, real fighting games or whatever. There was it was a snippet of something else that I had read somewhere where DSP was on SRK and there was another tournament that was going to have an event with Guilty Gear in it, and DSP was trashing some of the people in this post, or in this thread I should say, trying to convince one of the organizers to not have Guilty Gear. And I don't remember where it went. They may have just shut it down, or they may have shut his bullshit down, I should say, right away and whatnot. Can't remember because it was so long ago when I read the post. But that just goes to show what kind of disdain that this dude has. So especially when he was able to help run ECC that year, East Coast Championships, he was if he could have completely stamped out Guilty Gear, he would have. If he thought he could have, he would have. It had to be all Capcom because that's all that mattered. And that just goes to show yet again how short-sighted he is. And people pretty much got pissed off at him because that was more attendance to the tournament, and that was more money for the tournament. And that was more attention for the tournament, I should say, as well. But DSP can't see that. He goes with what he likes and avoids everything else. And that's why he would have never been successful in the fighting game community anyway. It's bigger than just your own personal likes and shit. You can stay in your little corner with everybody else, and if you just want to focus on that. But if you look at those people in the FGC who have been successful, who are Evo champions or who are multiple tournament winners or whatever, they more than likely played multiple games. Even if they weren't good at those other games. Even if they didn't go on to have the same level of success as the game that they mainly dedicated themselves to, they supported other games. Which means that you're supporting the people. Which means those people will come out and support you. But see, DSP could never see that.
I feel like every time that I say that I'm not interested in Guilty Gear, I have to defend my actions. Because people take it as a slight against Guilty Gear. It's not. It's not. Guilty Gear is a fine fighting game franchise. It's got fundamental mechanics that are very sound and competitive. It's got a really thriving competitive community. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with the game. It just never really appealed or spoke to me. I attempted to play this game along with other friends of mine in the early 2000s, and I just couldn't get into it. I tried. And I was learning basics. I remember I was using Soul Bad Guy and a couple others like Potemkin. And I was starting to get into it, and I just didn't care. I don't know what it is. Sometimes you just can't like everything. For me, it's like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, everything that either a Capcom fighting game or NetherRealm fighting game. That
doesn't make any sense because you're not good at Mortal Kombat. So it's not even Mortal Kombat. You may be a fan of like the movies, but he's not a fan of the games. So, let's go ahead and cut that bullshit. And then again, he never brings up Virtual Fighter. He never brings up Soul Calibur. He never brings up no, really just those two. There's others, I should say. But those are two other, big games that have followings, and he never brings either one of them up. And the truth be told is, he just couldn't compete. DSP can't focus on multiple games. He just can't. At least not at a high level, which is okay, because not everybody can. But, you know what I'm saying? Because his brain doesn't work like that. And that's fine, because, here, small explanation. Playing even though Street Fighter could be said as even though Street Fighter is, in a lot of ways, put out or is publicized as being like, the fundamentals of fighting games or whatever the case may be, right? And they have very simple controls and mechanics to pick up and use. You can use a lot of those basics, and you can translate it over to another game to some extent, but you still got to learn that game and pick it up. It's a great foundation, but you're still going to have to put the work in to play other games, even within the Street Fighter series. DSP can't do that. DSP will only latch on to what he has some level of success in, or anything that is familiar enough to that. That's the reason why Street Fighter V in DSP's head is dead, because for whatever reason, he believed that Street Fighter V was going to be the second coming of Super Turbo. And let's say it was. Let's say it was incredibly familiar to Super Turbo. Who knows? He may have played it through the majority of its cycle, while still playing all of the remakes and everything that came out later on. But he didn't, because it required him to learn and understand and commit to more to something else than what he's already committed to Super Turbo. It just wasn't good enough. That's why I'm even though he may not like it, he's going to have to play Street Fighter 6, and he's going to have to commit to it. Because if not, whatever relevancy that he had in Street Fighter 6, on YouTube, I should say, is going to die out. Because he has no relevancy in the FGC. We already saw that. And so the only thing he has left is YouTube, and the only thing that's linked to YouTube is what's left of his petty, pathetic little ego. If he can't make Street Fighter 6 work, Street Fighter is done for him. Until whatever the next remake is that he decides to go out and buy for whatever console. He's never going to go to Fightcade, because he's not going to want to get his shit pushed in. So that's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? That's something that he's going to have to think about when he's sleeping at night. He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. He needs to commit to Street Fighter 6 wholeheartedly. If not, he's done. He's done, because Street Fighter 6 is already proving to him that he's outdated. Not because he's old, ladies and gentlemen. He's old mentally. to be honest, but that's his own fault. He didn't want to give himself a chance to grow. He wants to stay stagnant because that's where his quote-unquote glory is at. He has nothing else. And he's so desperate for other people to see that glory that he's set himself back for no good reason, to be honest. He's not filling some type of demand by doing that. He's not standing up for the OGs or for the old school Street Fighter players who love the classics. He's not doing that. There is a movement out there for it. There are enthusiasts for the older Street Fighter games. For almost all of them. He's not part of any of those communities. He wants wider appeal, and he was never able to get it because he doesn't have any wins that gives him that appeal. And that's his problem. And in a lot of ways, a lot of people look at least on Twitter, maybe not a lot. Let's scale that back. Some people look at Super Turbo as a joke through their experiences of watching Darksydephil. And that's unfortunate because he's a deficit to a community that he really isn't even a part of. DSP never tells you he's part of the Super Turbo community. He says he's part of the FGC. But when if he was part of the FGC, he wouldn't be fucking up dumb shit in the Third Strike community, which he did at one time or another. If he was part of the FGC, he wouldn't have been the walking ATM for everybody, but mainly for the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 community. He walked in there talking all his shit, lost all of his money, damn near lost his shirt in most situations, and was essentially ass patted out of there and say, hey, when you get some more money, you can come back. Oh, yeah, Phil. Yeah. You're the best, obviously. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you could have caught that one setup into that infinite, oh, yeah, you would have beat me for sure. When you get some more money, you come back, and maybe you can, and then you can prove it. You can show everybody. And what did he do? He kept coming back. And that's why I said he was a walking ATM, especially to the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 community. He got finessed. Those people played to his fucking ego to the point where it's like, yeah, you have a chance, Phil. Yeah, you'll get me next time. You know what I'm saying? Like something you do with your siblings. You know what I'm saying? To keep them playing, right? Or you do to a friend of yours who you want to keep playing so they can get better, or whatever the case may be. It's like that. And he got manipulated in the exact same way. Didn't even see it. So not only is he losing his pride, but he's losing his money too. But they appealed to his... he didn't have any real... He may have had pride back then. He don't have it now. So they appealed to what little bit of a pride that he may have had back then. And we're like, hey, man, yeah, you put up a good fight. And then they started appealing to his ego. Hey, man, you could have got me if you had gotten that one setup, man. Oh, yeah, I know, man. It's easy for the buttons to slip or whatever, man. It's a 2-button dash. And if you don't know how to wave dash correctly, man, it's a problem. Hey, when you get some more money, you come back, man. You may be able to get me next time. And that inflated his ego. And so Phil was willing to do whatever he could to get to get that money so he can come back and chase that addiction. Chase the chance of getting that win and getting the admiration that comes along with it. That shit is hilarious. That shit is hilarious. Because I've heard stories of people getting finessed like that in like casinos. I've seen that happen actually at blackjack tables. I've seen pit bosses personally do that to fucking... I guess he was some type of wealthy kid or whatever the case may be, and he got fucked over heavy. I've seen that to dudes who were on a win streak and didn't even realize that the people that were on the table with him were purposely backing off. You know what I'm saying? Because they knew who the dude was, they knew who the dealer was, or they knew what that dealer was about, but they didn't want to abandon the table. They wanted to see how it all played out. And the guy ended up getting finessed heavy. And people were throwing him hints, being like, hey, just cut your losses, or hey, you're up, just go ahead and step away from the table. But see, no one ever wants to step away from the table because no one wants to ever leave their pride and ego on the table. For example, if you're up 10 grand from whatever you originally started at, if you're up 15 grand, fuck it, dude. If you're up 5 grand, honestly, step away from the table. Fuck it. Take a break, hit some slots, get yourself a bite to eat, and then come back. Because if they send a cooler in there, you're going to lose everything. They're going to strip you of everything. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But DSP is someone who's susceptible to that type of behavior. It's actually kind of incredible if you think about it. And there's a lot of examples of it. But whatever. Let's continue.
Too, as well. You know, Dead or Alive. No, that was another one. It doesn't really appeal to me that much. Yeah, I understand it's a major game and people play it, but I'm not that into Dead or Alive either. I can't really be into every fighting game. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. And so, you know, I'm happy for Guilty Gear going on Game Pass. You'll likely double your player base. Like, literally overnight, you may have so many more people that will get into that game. And maybe it needs it because, again, it's not Street Fighter. And it's not Mortal Kombat. Right? It's something else. And because of that, it doesn't get that mainstream coverage. It doesn't get that mainstream hype as those franchises do. So maybe getting this onto Game Pass will give it a giant boost, and maybe that community will grow. Good for it. It's just not for me. All right? And I hope you respect that. I'm not shit-talking. I greatly respect Guilty Gear. I remember being at EVOs and watching the Guilty Gear finals and be like, wow, this is exciting. It's exciting to see the gameplay at a high level. I like that gameplay, but it's just not for me, man. It's not my thing. Okay? Cool.
Now yet again, just to reinforce, as we were talking about earlier, just to reinforce what I'm saying, why are you going so hard at defending this, at essentially trying to come across as non-offensive to this game as possible? If you don't want to play the game because that's not your cup of tea, then that's that. But you went into this whole diatribe about how I'm not being prejudiced to this game. I don't mean to offend anybody who likes that game, but it's not Street Fighter. It's not Mortal Kombat. It doesn't have that wider appeal, right? So, you know, so the fact that it made it to Game Pass, maybe it needed the help. Maybe your community isn't shit. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe your community needs the help to finally get more exposure so you can do better for yourself. Like, he sneak dissed that game, essentially on his build-up of trying to finish off his point. And that's just how DSP is. If it's not the most popular games, he doesn't give a shit. And truth be told, Guilty Gear is way too technical for him anyway. Street Fighter 6 may be too technical for him. We'll see. And most people are saying this is not that it's watered down, but it's as probably user friendly of a Street Fighter game than there's been in the last, few years, I should say. Not few years, I'd say maybe since Street Fighter 4. Because Street Fighter 4 was definitely very, very, very user friendly, to be honest. Which is the reason why the series was as successful. And I think that's what they hope Street Fighter 6 will be. Because Street Fighter 5, it was underfunded. If Sony didn't come in to help with Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 5 wouldn't have happened. So, Street Fighter 6 is expected to be not even expected. It needs to have the success, I should say, of Street Fighter 4, of the Street Fighter 4 series. It needs that. It needs that to cement itself and get itself back on top, to be honest. Because fighting games have come a long way over the decade or so. DSP don't know that because despite the fact that he plays them, or he has played them, he didn't actually learn anything from them. So, hence the reason why he's as stagnant as he is. But games have come a very long way. A very long way. And with that, there is another generation that attaches itself to that game and grows and pushes and elevates with it, if you will. DSP himself sticks to what he knows. That's why he's leaning down the way he is. It's not just that autistic back and forth shit he likes to do. It's just what it is. He knows he can't learn anything else. If it isn't Super Turbo, he don't give a shit. Because he wasn't really that good at Street Fighter 4. He just was able to pump out the matches faster than anybody else. Or when he was poaching other people's fucking footage, he was able to get it out there faster than anybody else. Everything is compared to Super Turbo for him. He can't look at anything with just an open eye, if you will, or with open eyes, if you will. With a brand new perspective, is I guess the point I'm trying to make. He can't do that. Everything has to be Super Turbo. And he knows it. And he knows that's why he's a failure. And he knows that's why he'll never be able to play anything at a high level ever again. And that sounds depressing. Because it is.
All right. We're going to have shout-outs. We got some good contributions here today. Thank you guys to those who contributed. Remember, that's at the end of the show. However, now it is time to talk basically about something that has come together out of nowhere. It never really, okay. Allow me to just start from the beginning. Many years ago, before I was ever a YouTuber.
Okay, real quick. This thing came out of nowhere. If I remember correctly, there were other people, quote unquote, that were set up to do an interview or do some type of project with DSP, yeah? After the whole, after Sir Moist Critical went ahead and bowed out gracefully, there was other people lined up. DSP didn't need him. DSP didn't need to do interviews at all anymore. But there are a couple people that I'm working with behind the scenes, and it's all a matter of time. If I can, once I have the time to do that, I will. But there's so many games out there to play, and now all those big content creators, who are cowards, by the way, according to DSP, because they won't speak to him or they won't platform him. Since they're not talking about me anymore, the need for an interview, the need for him to get his voice out there, or his side of the story, is no longer in demand. So now we can just go back to business as usual. But yet you made you made an attempt, or you made time for this podcast, even though there were already people in line. So it makes me wonder, how long was Stuttering Craig really in pocket? Or are you wasting the time of those other people who really want to actually do something with you, and they've been waiting? Which one is it? Which one is it? And here's the fucked up thing about it too. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but he'll prove my point in the long run. You're gonna kill if even in the recesses of Moist Critical's mind, you know what? Maybe I was being a little bit harsh. Maybe I should consider giving him a second chance. If he finds out that you screwed over other people just so you could go to people who either had a large following or had a name, that only reinforces what he thought originally, that you were just trying to use him, and you're going to fuck yourself over even further. Not only will you never get an interview with him, but anybody else who's within his circle, or who he may even speak to, or like, hey man, what do you think about Darksydephil? I know he wanted to do an interview with you, and you kind of said it wasn't that deep, and you didn't really care about it, whatever. Well, it's been a few months or whatever the case may be. How do you feel about that now? Well, and I know how I'm pretty confident how this would come out. He'd be like, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's your choice, do what you have to do. But if I was you, I'd pass on that. And that's all really Charlie has to say. That for most people, that's enough to be like, all right, fair enough. And then keep it pushing. And it's not like Charlie couldn't give him an explanation, or give them an explanation if they required it. But on the strength of his word, Phil, that's enough to bury you. And that's what DSP's scared of. He's always been scared of that. But see, with Craig, with Stuttering Craig, the P2 podcast, and all of the normal people over there, DSP thinks he can get over on them. Because they're not big enough per se to hurt him, but they're just big enough to continue to spread the pignosis, to spread the virus. And so that's the play. That's what I think anyway.
When I was getting into internet culture in the late 2000s, and I was starting to become a gamer again, because remember, I told you guys that I was mostly into competitive Street Fighter, and then around 2007, I stopped being a competitive Street Fighter player, and I wanted to get back into mainstream gaming. So I started playing console games again, and I started immersing myself with gaming culture on the internet. And, the Angry Video Game Nerd was all the rage at the time, and he was partnered with a group of guys.
I thought we were a lifelong gamer, though. That goes back to something that I said a while ago about he was never a gamer. He was just someone who was a fan of Street Fighter. And even then, he wasn't really a fan of Street Fighter. He was just a fan of Super Turbo. Oh, well. Oh, well.
Screw Attack. You know about Screw Attack if you watch my Pro Jared documentary, because they were a big part of it. That whole early years of Pro Jared, he was part of them, okay? So back then, they were a major gaming site on the internet, and I hung out with the guys from Screw Attack. I actually went to MagFest 2007 before I was ever a YouTuber. And I hung out with these guys the whole time, and, played games with them, did video skits with them. I actually was on a rock band panel as a judge for people doing rock band performances along with one of the main guys of the Screw Attack business called Stuttering Craig. We were both judges on the same panel. And I joined Team Screw Attack for a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1 tournament. Yes, the original Modern Warfare 1. And we got second place in the team tournament. Okay, I think it was 4v4.
It doesn't matter. That was a mock tournament. It wasn't meant to be super competitive, so that doesn't speak to your prowess in anything. I don't mean to be an asshole. I really don't. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. But what was this shit? Like a Make-A-Wish Foundation type thing? Like, what's going on? Like, either there wasn't a lot of people there, or they were very, very charitable on who they chose to be involved in all these different things. He's named at least 3 or 4 different little events within this larger event that he was allowed to be part of. Was there nobody else? Were there no better choices? Did he just come across as incredibly pathetic? And maybe that's why they chose to help him, or why they chose to have him participate as many times as they did? I don't know, but it just seems excessive. But with that being said, is this right here one of the tomes that DSP believes that cemented their quote-unquote friendship or camaraderie, if you will, back in 2007, because they invited you to keep coming to all these different things? Maybe you just kept saying yes to everything, or maybe, they were like, well, hey, he was, he's already there, so why don't we just go ahead and pick him up? I mean, first off, you went out to that event by yourself? You just randomly went out to MagFest one year? I don't think that's how that happened. I don't think. I'm kind of confident that DSP may have vlogged that. So that might be something to look at. That might be something to look for, I should say. So what exactly drew you out there anyway? I don't know. I've got just a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions on why he was even out there, because he said this is before YouTube fame, but he had been vlogging on YouTube, for a bit. He didn't really start getting his run until about 2008. So I'm curious now. I'm curious why DSP would go out of his way after he got pushed out of the FGC to go ahead and go out to their event. That just seems really weird that he would make a commitment like that with no payoff. Let's continue.
I have history with those guys from way back when. Fast forward to me being a YouTuber. Now I'm prominent on YouTube from the years of like 2010 to like 2013. I'm known as one of the top gaming YouTubers for a while there. And basically in 2013, I was trying to branch out and attend conventions and things. And one of the ones that I attended was Screw Attack Gaming Convention. Back then, they were doing their own annual convention held in Texas. And there was basically open registration if you wanted to try to be a guest at the show. And I reached out to the staff there and I was like, hey, I'm interested in being a guest at your show. I'd like to have a table, which I'll pay for. And actually, did I say no? Because I think the guests got a table for free. It's been a decade. I don't remember the ins and outs of it. But I want a table in the vendor area, because at that point we were working on the Project 7 show and I wanted to kind of shill it a little bit, advertise it there. I wanted to do a panel for my viewers who were going to attend. And also there was an Iron Man of Gaming tournament that they were going to hold, that I was going to be a participant in. And I was like, man, I know I'm pretty good at video games. Being a YouTuber, I'm playing all kinds of games. And I know that I could probably do pretty well at this tournament. Okay? So basically, it was a really cool convention I attended. I met Stuttering Craig again, for the second time. He's like, of course I remember hanging out at MagFest with you, all those years ago. Of course, I looked totally different in 2013. Now I'm a YouTuber. I'm known. And he's like, all right, yeah, it's awesome having you here. And, had some interactions with him. I was in the finals of the Iron Man of Gaming tournament. I was on stage playing DuckTales, the remake. Remember 10 years ago they did DuckTales HD remake? I was on stage playing it. And I got my ass beat because it wasn't about surviving. It was about getting gems, which I didn't know where the hell the gems were in the game, so I lost. But
what have I told you, ladies and gentlemen? I can't find anything on. I can find some stuff from MagFest 2007. Nothing in particular with DSP in it. So again, it makes me call into question why you even went out there. But anyway, but what have I told you? DSP is not about trying to improve. He's not trying to thrive. He's barely surviving. He just wants to exist. So this idiot is in an Iron Man tournament with all these other individuals, right? And instead of sticking to the objective, because he didn't hear what the objective was, right? He ignored that part. He just heard last man standing, I guess. Or he just said, just be the last person still playing, and you win. Thinking that was it. If that was the case, then that shit would probably go on forever if anybody who's familiar with the game or any of its levels. This idiot these people gave him an objective. Collect as many gems as you could. This idiot was like, oh, well, if those people die off before I do, then I don't need to collect any gems. All I got to do is just stick around for as long as I can, and I could win. And that's what he did, and he ended up failing. Imagine that. Imagine Mr. I have so much goddamn pride was given simple instructions and avoided all of it because he's a lazy piece of garbage and he thought he could game the system. Imagine that. Like, no one saw that coming. Let's bring that back. Let's bring that back, and please tell me more about your ignorance on why you end up losing a simple competition because you couldn't get out of your own way. Because you couldn't get out of your own way. This is what happens when keeping it filled goes wrong.
Got a table for free. It's been a decade. I don't remember the ins and outs of it. But I want a table in the vendor area because at that point we were working on the Project 7 show and I wanted to kind of shield it a little bit, advertise it there. I wanted to do a panel for my viewers who were going to attend, and also there was an Iron Man of Gaming tournament that they were going to hold that I was going to be a participant in. And I was like, man, I know I'm pretty good at video games. Being a YouTuber, I'm playing all kinds of games, and I know that I could probably do pretty well at this tournament. Okay. So basically, it was a really cool convention I attended. I met Stuttering Craig again, for the second time. He's like, of course I remember hanging out at MagFest with you, all those years ago. Of course, I looked totally different in 2013. Now I'm a YouTuber, I'm known. And he's like, all right, yeah, this is awesome having you here. And, had some interaction.
And I think that was the Screw Attack event that DSP developed his disdain and hatred for Pro Jarrett. Because DSP had his little panel and he had his little booth or whatever. But when Pro Jarrett showed up that year, if that's the right year, DSP got butthurt because everybody just migrated over there to him, to Pro Jarrett, and left everybody else in the dust, like himself. And I don't remember, or I don't know, if that was the year that Gamer J Lee was at. I'm not sure if that was the year, because I think that was the year that he met DSP, I think. And if that was the case, that might have been the same year that Pro Jarrett went. And that's when DSP got all pissed off and shit because he feels like Pro Jarrett slighted him and showed him up, and that's what actually caused the hatred. It might have been. It might have been. But I have to go back and look just to get some confirmation on that. But I think that might have been the event that caused, DSP to have so much disdain against Pro Jarrett. And Pro Jarrett didn't do anything except for be more popular and be more successful than he was at that time. That was all it took. And then DSP slowly became the Gouty Viper and waited for years until Pro Jarrett fucked up and he could finally clap back at him. Jesus Christ. That's so sad. That's so sad that you could hold that much resentment for someone for so many years. And here's the irony of that. And this is one of many situations, of course. But what makes that ironic is DSP's like, these people are after me. They've been talking shit about me for all these years, this, that, and the third. What did I do to deserve that? I've never done nothing to anybody, yada, yada, yada. But yet, secretly, and it's not really that much of a secret, he's sitting back holding all this resentment against other people who are more successful than him, and he's literally sitting around waiting for them to get canceled. He's waiting for them to be embarrassed online so he can jump in on it. He's no different than any of his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics as it pertains to their motives on why they do things. In truth, he's actually worse. Because it makes him the ultimate hypocrite. To sit there and say, I don't hold grudges against people. Why do these people out here hold grudges against me? When secretly he has grudges against everybody. Fuck out of here.
I was in the finals of the Iron Man of Gaming tournament. I was on stage playing DuckTales, the remake. Remember 10 years ago they did DuckTales HD remake? I was on stage playing it, and I got my ass beat because it wasn't about surviving. It was about getting gems, which I didn't know where the hell the gems were in the game, so I lost. But it was fun. It was a fun thing to do, and it was really nice. And I've told you guys over the years that Stuttering Craig was one of the guys that, like, over the years, every interaction I ever had with the guy was a nice one. He seems like the nicest guy, one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Completely cordial, welcoming, you know, didn't care. In 2013, I had haters. I don't know if you guys realize this. In 2013, the This Is How You Don't Play movement had already begun. And the fact that he wanted to have me as a, well, I wanted to be a guest, and he accepted me as a guest at his convention. People were like, why are you doing that? Don't you understand? That's Darksydephil. He's becoming the joke of the internet. You don't want him. To which he would basically respond, and he'd be like, no, that, you know, you guys are ridiculous. Like, this guy is someone who's a go-getter. He made his own YouTube channel. You know, that's to be respected.
You mean the same thing that anybody else could have done and other people did do at that time? That makes you a go-getter? The fuck? All right, whatever. Let me hear him out.
You know, people like it. What's the problem? He didn't get it back then, you know. And then, you know, admittedly, back then, that's when the drama was just kind of starting, you know, 10 years ago, right? So
then which one is it? Was the drama already in full swing? People were already, quote-unquote, harassing him, saying, why do you have Darksydephil there? Or was it just getting started? He didn't hear about it. He didn't care. And there was no invisible people telling him that, hey, why are you inviting Darksydephil? Because the drama hadn't actually started yet. Which one is it? It sounds like he's lying within the same sentence. Which one was it? Either it happened or it didn't. No, either it happened or it was getting started. Really, it either happened or it didn't. That's what it comes down to. And Stuttering Craig doesn't come across to me as someone who's that much in touch with all the little nuances that goes on in gaming, DSP. It doesn't seem like that was his forte. It didn't look like he was running around doing some keystrokes to see what's up with Darksydephil and how people perceive him. Get the fuck out of here. He wasn't defending you. He didn't hear about the situation because he didn't care about the situation. I highly doubt that anybody gave a shit that you went out there. There was no great protest or anything. It wouldn't be like how it is now. Shut that shit up.
I mean, I literally have not talked to this guy for about a decade, okay? And then about a year and a half ago, I got wind that basically he'd been through the ringer. Apparently, he had sold Screw Attack to Full Screen, this company that was a partnership company on YouTube. And then basically Screw Attack fell completely apart and was disintegrated. Then he started another company called Game Attack. That was successful for a couple of years, but then he ended up leaving that for various reasons. Then he tried to do his own thing on the internet, started up his own channel with podcasts and shows. But basically after like 15 years of being someone in the game space, he decided that it was time to move on and do something different with his life. And that was like a year and a half ago when he made that announcement. And I talked about it on this show, only it wasn't this show at the point. It was different. I think it was still the pre-stream. And I was like, you know, it's sad to see people like that go, because this is a guy who's been a mainstay. And, you know, I'm sure today he's, you know, you don't think, who says, what's Screw Attack, right? No one even remembers what it is.
Shut that shit up shut that shit the fuck up also, because let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, if he didn't know who Stuttering Craig was, or even if he had gone to that event and he wasn't introduced to Craig, he wouldn't feel this way. His attachment to Craig is the fact that Craig was nice to him once over a decade ago. Other than that, he doesn't really give a shit about anything Craig did or what Craig represents or what he's been trying to do over the years. He will talk about it to not to incentivize, to pad Stuttering Craig's relevance. But truth be told, that doesn't mean anything to DSP. And I'm telling you, if it wasn't for that interaction, if it was someone else who was part of Screw Attack that actually had shown some type of kindness to DSP and not Stuttering Craig, he wouldn't give a shit if Stuttering Craig fell off the earth tomorrow. And that right there in itself makes it kind of disingenuous, to be honest with you. You don't care about what that man has done. You just care what that man has done for you. That's the difference.
You know, for him to have been in the game space for so long and basically been so prominent, and now he was kind of retiring from games, I was very sad, genuinely very sad to see him go. Even though I hadn't followed him for a decade, like, dude, I don't like hearing that news. I want people to stay doing what they love, and it sounded to me really weird. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, he came back earlier this year, last year, and started doing full-time gaming stuff again. And I've been following him a little bit. Like, I've been watching some of the stuff he puts out. He was doing a gaming news show. Not a gaming news show, just a general news show for a while and stuff like that. And there was this big announcement. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, guys, as of this point, so me recording, this is the 50-minute mark. All right. Timestamp the 50-minute mark of the Level 1 podcast from March 3rd, 2023, because this is basically me addressing the whole situation about me appearing on the SideScrollers podcast. My official response, and actually I would appreciate it if either Craig or someone on his staff could watch this to know my official response and how I'm approaching this, okay? Because I think they should know this up front, everything, okay? So, Craig started up his old podcast again. It used to be called SideScrollers, and it was a podcast they used to do on ScrewAttack.com, you know, over a decade ago. And it was very popular, and it was very well known.
Wait.
Among the game.
You're going to regurgitate to them their own history? You want them to timestamp it at such and such point, and then you begin that point with regurgitating their own history. Like, whoever it is who works over there, even if they're an intern, doesn't already know this. Okay. Woo, shit. Most people would take offense to something like that.
Game space back then, before even the prominence of YouTube and all of that. Okay, so when he announced he was reviving the show, it was very exciting. All the long-standing fans of Screw Attack, they used to be called the G1s. Now they call themselves the G2s. Wow, we're excited. The podcast is coming back, and it wasn't just, oh, it's just you talking.
Now, I'm going to take a shot in the dark here, and I'm guessing G1 and G2 stands for Gen 1, Gen 2. I wonder if DSP knows that, though. Probably not.
Is me gabbing, right? This podcast is a panel of people. Different kinds of people, guests coming in, covering news, covering other topics. It's a good podcast. I've been watching every episode since the show relaunched. I'm really enjoying the show. I recommend you look at it. If you're looking for a fun, variety-style gaming podcast with other topics addressed as well, yes, occasionally a little bit of politics gets thrown in there, but not too much. Give it a look. SideScrollers. Okay? That's the name of the show. So,
this scumbag, he did that at the beginning to make it sound like he was plugging them. That's what this was. He thought he was giving them a rub by saying what he said when he said it. You're a piece of... Holy shit! Oh, Phil, if I had slipped into this absolutely wonderful fucking cookies and cream and mint Snort bucks, if I had slipped into this shit and I had disregarded what you said for fucking 5 minutes, I would have let that slide. I would have almost have let that slide. Goddamn. You're lucky too, because trust me, this cappuccino's gripping me right now, but goddamn, dude. There ain't nothing like cutting some bacon up to bring you back to your vantage point.
I've been watching the show or whatever. Out of the blue. I haven't mentioned this at all on stream. I'm not talking about Craig or anything on stream or anything like that, right? Out of the blue, Stuttering Craig emails me. Says, hey, Phil, so we're relaunching. This is before they relaunched the show, by the way. We're relaunching the show. And we'd like to have you on as a guest. You're actually one of the people whose names popped up because we have history from back in the day. And it would be great to have you on as like a guest on the show. We have rotating guests. And we'd like you on for a show to see how it goes. So I thought about it. And I watched. I kind of knew what the show was going to be. And I responded and I was like, well, I guess that sounds interesting. I wish you the luck with the show. I'd like to see how the show goes this coming week and what kind of a show it's going to be. But it sounds interesting to me, something different. I told you guys I like doing different stuff now. I'm venturing out. I very much don't want to be just in my same lane doing the same kind of content forever. I feel like maybe this is an opportunity to go talk to a different audience. They probably have no idea who I am, or if they do, they only know it from the negative memes and the hate, right? They don't know who Darksydephil really is. So to have me on a show where we're going to be not only talking about me, but addressing other topics and having a fun variety show is probably a really interesting idea, right? So I responded to him and I said, well, thanks for reaching out. Yeah, I might be interested. Let's talk a little bit more. And so where we basically left it.
Say excuse me at the very least. Jesus Christ.
I was going to be, it was scheduling too, because I told him I was launching my DSP Reacts channel in February. I said, I'm going to be focused on that in February, so I really don't want to take any time away from any of my stuff right now.
Not that his shit matters, but interestingly enough, someone had pointed out in the last react that he did up to this point, the point of the video I'm going over, that SideScrollers was actually on the search bar. It was on one of them, and it was completely missed. And it's gonna happen. So I'm not throwing shade at anybody, because I'd have missed it too. Because I never heard of fucking SideScrollers before that shit. I wouldn't have known, nor would I would have cared. But it's because of situations like that I'm not gonna say force, but it's gonna incentivize people to be more perceptive as it pertains to little moments like this. And you're going to be able to start figuring out his moves, because DSP is really, really transparent. He thinks he's out here playing 4D snorts with everybody, but he's really not. He's kind of just, as usual, he's kind of playing with himself. And it's kind of just embarrassing and pathetic. So little things will always slip through the cracks, and that's DSP's benefit. It really is. If his whole life, for example, is him just slipping through the cracks. But if someone had pointed that out, let's say someone had caught it the day it happened, or even the day after, and someone had looked and said, well, you know what is SideScrollers? What is that shit? Stuttering Craig. Screw attack. What the fuck? Here, let me go ahead and let's go ahead and see what is Stuttering Craig on Twitter. Hey, Stuttering Craig, what's up, man? Hey, you got history with DSP? That could have easily have blown that shit out the water before it ever started. It wouldn't have changed the trajectory of anything. This interview may have, or this podcast appearance, interview, whatever you want to call it, it may have still happened. It just means that we would have had a leg up on it. Maybe. So that's a whole Piggy what if. But still interesting stuff nonetheless. DSP is always leaving grease tracks essentially wherever he goes. It's funny that even with the WWE Championship, like, when he left that out, people think that's genuinely that he made a mistake. I don't think so. I think he purposely put it out there because, fuck it, they already had him dead to rights anyway. We already had him dead to rights. So he might as well put it out there. Who gives a shit? All he did was turn around in the few weeks after that and say, I admitted that I played mobile games. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that was 4D chess, but I'm saying he was already caught. He was already caught. All he did when DSP showed his phone, or when his phone was shown, I should say, when Jasper had taken over the Piggy throne for that brief moment, all it did was confirm something that we already knew. And he knew that. He knew that. So what did he have to lose? He confirmed something that was already well known. That's all I'm saying. At least that's my theory.
So what I'd like to do is wait a little bit, and then maybe we could do it late February, March, or whatever. So we talked back and forth, and we kind of established, okay, it's probably going to be sometime in March that I'll probably appear on the show. And that's where we left it for a while, like a week or two. Kind of just hung there. And then finally, you know, we started talking again. And, you know, Craig was like, well, let's have you on the show, and let's do kind of an episode where we talk about not only you, because we want to give you time to talk about yourself, and obviously there's going to be questions and stuff, but also, you know, do a full show with you on. And we kind of determined roughly it would be around the middle of March. That's what we determined, okay? I was like, okay, that sounds good to me. That gives me time to mess around with my setup, because the thing is, if I'm going to be on their show, I got to accommodate the show. I want to mess around with my setup here, make sure that it would work with how they're doing their show.
Shut that shit up. It's no different than what you did with the quartering. You're going to move your fucking camera over. You're going to get on Discord, and you're going to turn OBS on, if he decides to record on his end, I should say. And then you're just going to get it started. Period. Actually, he doesn't even have to do that. He can do really all that from his laptop. He can essentially do it from where he's at right now. He doesn't have to go over to his desktop anymore, I feel, if he doesn't need to, but who cares? But there is no setup. There is no prep. It's really not that difficult. It's not that serious. Like, he always does that. He over-exaggerates what his contributions are to everything just to prove that he's doing anything. And that's really just stupid. Everybody knows how broadcasting works. Even your dents know how shit works. You're not fooling anybody. I mean, maybe Derek, but Derek don't care. He's knee-deep in the next up-and-coming porn star's fucking history of God knows whatever. So it's not like even he doesn't give a shit.
You know, so all sounds good to me. All right? Now, I outright said to him, in the email back, All right, and I'm not reading it word for word, but I'm paraphrasing here. I basically said, listen, you got to understand something. I have a giant hate mob following me around the internet. So if I appear on your show, there's going to be drama. I say, you might not even want, I said, to my audience, my plan is, I don't even want to really promote it. I would rather have it be like a surprise where I'm on a show and then I can say, hey guys, by the way, go watch me on the show right now. It's live. And then they can go check out the show.
Look at how mind-fucked DSP is. Listen to how mind-fucked he is. He was trying to convince Stuttering Craig, hey, don't promote it. Just let me just pop up and it'll be a surprise. You know what I'm saying? Because if you think about it, right? And we heard about this on the, he talked about it earlier on in this, but it was kind of reinforced a little bit in my last broadcast. Because of when SideScrollers, the podcast, starts, it's early enough for where DSP thought he could get the jump on. And even if someone caught wind of it, it wouldn't matter because it'd probably be the tail end, no big deal, and he could just leave. And then he can completely and utterly control the narrative on his own show until, you know, your detractors, trolls, haters, and critics go back, watch the SideScroller podcast, cut up whatever they need to cut up and put out. He literally was trying to beat the narrative. And the only way he thought he could is, maybe you guys could consider not advertising it. Let it be a surprise. But then he tried to cover up his Piggy tracks. By saying, oh, well, you can announce it if you want to. You know, you can make my email, I should say. You can make my email public if you like. You know what I'm saying? To try to cover his tracks a little bit. To not make it seem as slimy as it actually is. Like, you see what I'm saying? He's fighting himself. If you wanted the shit to be a surprise, why talk about the email? Oh, well, you need to prompt the email, though. Let's reword that. You use the email, the prompt Stuttering Craig, the SideScroller podcast, and their audience. I'm a victim of this, that, and the third, of online harassment or whatever. And you guys need to understand that I have to protect myself and my family. And so I need you guys to understand what the situation is before I get there. That's what the email's purpose was. Now, he has this bullshit here where he's saying, hey, I was trying to tell them not to promote it and whatnot. Let's hold off on it. Let's make it a surprise. So then it's fun for everybody. And hopefully we can avoid some of the drama, quote unquote, and some of the negativity that may follow me over there. You try, just like I said in the last broadcast, you tried to tank the podcast before he ever even got on there. He literally tried to be a deficit to that podcast. And yet again, if he could have convinced them to do that, what else could he have convinced them to do? You know what I'm saying? This is a podcast that Stuttering Craig is trying to get off the ground. You've already essentially regurgitated Craig's existence online and what he's trying to build for himself. So you were trying to throw the proverbial piggy monkey wrench into the fucking fray to protect yourself. How is that going to benefit Craig and his podcast and the members on it? Oh no, you were setting this up to benefit you. You were the only one that could really profit from this. And you were willing to put those guys at a deficit to do so. While still playing victim. While still acting like a bitch. You were still trying to fuck those people over. Damn. That's crazy.
Man, after, this would prevent any kind of hateful drama or build-up around the show, because it would be kind of a surprise appearance, and that way it would avoid the nonsense. There'd be no harassment of anyone or anything, right? So that's how I was talking about it, going along with it, all right? But, I guess, they wanted to do it however they want to do it. It's their show. They can do whatever they want. And, unbeknownst to me, earlier this week, I guess, since they were starting March, what is it? Today's March 3rd, so 2 days ago. They announced that, hey, a potential guest on this show for this month is going to be Darksydephil. And when they said that, it took a little while, but you know how the internet is. It took, a little bit, but the word started to spread. They're like, what? Oh, what? He's going to be on the show. Now, here's the thing, and this is what these guys didn't know. And this is what I feel like I should fully disclose to the internet for full explanation purposes, because I don't want anyone to feel like they're getting burnt here. If you remember many months ago, back in like the fall, there was a period where there was a bunch of prominent YouTubers who were kind of ragging on me constantly, and it really irked me the wrong way. It rubbed me the wrong way. Because here's the thing. If you want to talk about me in a negative light, that's fine, but then give me a fair shake. No one wants to do that.
Why? Why do that? Explain to me why should anybody do that? Why can't, for example, why can't somebody have an opinion of me? GTG, Golden Triangle Gaming, Q-Pup in a sharp suit. Why can't they have an opinion of me and that just be that? If I choose to address it, I choose to address it. If I don't, I don't. They don't owe me nothing because they got an opinion of me. The fuck is wrong with you? You think PewDiePie fucking addresses every little bullshit that's said about him? I was gonna say Dr. Disrespect, but that's kind of fair because his new game coming out is like linked to NFTs, and there's some people that don't feel very good about it. Courage actually talked about this a few months back, like late last year. I think he had spoke up a little bit about it, how he didn't like that idea, and somebody recently just spoke about it too. I just heard about it a little bit. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. The point being is that not anybody can speak on anybody. You know what I'm saying? If you want to go out there and try to get your side across or whatever, you already have a platform, idiot. Make a video. Oh, your platform is useless. Oh, your platform doesn't mean anything because you have no control over what's going on in the search engine and the algorithm. Oh, that's right. So you don't actually have a platform. You're no different than someone who starts day one, except for they still have potential and you don't. Oh, I see. So you believe that these other content creators that are all scumbags that are making money off you, right, Phil? Because you've said that about people who do content on you. They only do it to make money, and that makes them scumbags. They made money off you, so they owe you somehow. I'm sorry, that's not how the real world works. Matter of fact, what about all the times that you shitted on other content creators and streamers? Did you ever think about having them on Hate Live and letting them speak their piece on a particular subject? No, you didn't. What about some of those reporters back in the day that you shitted on with State of Decay 2? You know, those shills, those sellouts, you know, those people, those scumbags. Did you ever think about having them on Hate Live and being like, hey, I made these claims because this is how I felt. What are your thoughts on what I said? No, you didn't do that either. But somehow Moist Critical should go ahead and do so. Or, and this is someone that, me, I definitely don't like, but then you got someone like Review Tech USA who's willing to essentially come on your show, or you go on his show, or whatever the case may be, and you could talk out some of the situation, and you won't even give him that. But you expect the rules to just automatically be bent for you? You know what I'm going to say, right, Phil? You know that one thing that you don't do with your wife? You know what it is, right? Right? Right. Fuck you.
Name drop me in a very toxic, negative light, referencing all the memes, all the tropes, all the nonsense, but no one actually wants to talk to me. Instead, they just want to do... We were just watching the Pro Jared documentary, correct? And what did Pro Jared say? For 3 months, everyone just literally crapped on me, but no one ever reached out to me to talk to me about these things. Instead, it was just crap on him. Who cares?
That's the internet. That's what happens. But then when Pro Jared finally decided to debunk the situation and he had evidence and he had proof, guess what he had, Phil? He had evidence. He had proof. He had shit to back him up and not just his word. Because his word didn't mean a damn. And he knew that. And he recognized that. That's why no one has shit to say to him. And on top of that, it's the internet. No one really wants to hear what everybody really has to say anyway. If you weather the storm, you do. And if you weather the storm and can prove some shit, great. If not, whatever. And let's be perfectly honest with you. DSP stopped shitting on Pro Jared when it wasn't safe to shit on Pro Jared no more. That's what it came down to. Because he tried to ride the quote-unquote wave of his viral tweets from that shit for as long as he could. Oh, I was one of Boogie's favorite tweets and all that other lame shit. Like that means anything. But the moment it wasn't safe to go after Pro Jared no more, DSP just stopped. All those snorts evaporated. Just that quick. So don't act like you're somehow you and fucking Pro Jared were in the same situation or in a similar situation. Just like how you try to compare yourself to fucking Dr. Disrespect when he was unceremoniously kicked off of Twitch and all the nonsense that happened with that. Stop comparing yourself to other people and stand up on your own fucking two hooves for the first time in your goddamn life. But see, you can't even do that because you're using Stuttering Craig and his podcast as a crutch too. They're just not smart enough to see it. That's all that is. Or they're hoping to get a rub off of it either which way. We'll see how that works. So, whatever. It's still kind of... My point still stands. So, whatever. We'll see. We'll see. But the point is no one owes you anything. No one owes you anything. There are people out there who are far more respectable. Yeah, respectable. There are people out there that garner far more respect than you, and are admired and are looked at as inspirational, looked at as meaningful people. There are far more people out there than you who take far more shit than you do. Just be lucky that you have a space to exist in. Because truth be told, most people would probably try to get their own little thing and broadcast their bullshit. You're too lazy and too stupid to do that, and that's why you never did. That's why you're still codependent on YouTube. Despite the fact you ain't shitted on YouTube for fucking years when you were on Twitch and you thought you were safe. Until Twitch was done with their fucking project on you, right? When they were done with the experimenting with you, so they could save their Twitch thoughts and their other higher priority Twitch streamers, and then you got cast off to the fucking wind. No one owes you anything. Live with it. Deal with it.
Now, that was 3 months for Pro Jared. That was 3 months for Pro Jared. For me, it's been 10 years. Okay? 10 years of people constantly just dumping. When does anyone reach out to me and say, we would like to give you your fair shake? Let's talk to you. Let's get it from the perspective of the person.
People have. You just didn't like the caliber of people, or they weren't willing to pay you. That's what that comes down to. You don't get to have your snorts and eat them too. That's not how that's going to play out. That's why you're so desperate now. Because, let's be honest, Moist Critical wasn't going to pay you, but the payoff of going up there and being exposed to a larger audience that you can somehow induce your pignosis on was the benefit. But Moist Critical has seen enough of your bullshit, so he was definitely going to side scroll that. He was definitely going to swipe to the left on that shit. So that wasn't going to happen. And now you're just stuck dealing with whatever the fuck you had to deal with. Tell me, Phil. I'd like an honest answer out of you, but you're a liar. So I don't even want to bother with that. So I'll answer the question myself, but I'll still pose it to you anyway, because I just want to show you how much generosity that I have with my time. If it was a choice between Stuttering Craig or Moist Critical, who would you have chosen? Now, we all know you would have chosen Moist Critical. That whole history with Stuttering Craig and all those times back at MagFest and all that bullshit, yada, yada. It's all bullshit and yada, 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 ain't it, Phil? That really doesn't mean anything. You're willing to go ahead and elevate and boost up whatever it is that you have in hoof right now, because that's all you have in hoof right now. But if Moist Critical was still on the table, you'd be sucking his dick and saying that I'm not going to beg no more if you go ahead and let me back on that show, or if you let me on your platform, all that you could. And it ain't hard to figure that out. So fuck you and your whole, oh, Jared had to deal with this shit for 3 months. I had to deal with it for 10 years. You put yourself in that situation. Just like Pro Jared put himself in that situation. The only difference was he made a dumb mistake announcing his divorce, and as well as others, but he was at least able to straighten most of that shit up. You're the one who said, I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. It's all YouTube's fault. It's all these detractors, troll, hater, and critics' fault. Oh, it's you guys as fans who are fucking stupid because you believe that shit. Or what about the people who were on the outside looking in and said, oh, well, have you ever watched detractor content before? You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking moron. Why would you give them any type of exposure whatsoever? You're gullible. How do you tell somebody who is new to your content? How do you, let's reword that. How do you insult somebody who is new to your content? That's like me saying, for example, anybody who watches this particular broadcast right now, who, I don't know, let me pick. Fuck. All right. I got an example. So let's say let's say I'm competing with another detractor. I'm not. I don't. At the end of the day, the person that you need to compete with is yourself before you compete with anybody else. If you don't have mastery over yourself, then how do you expect to measure up to anybody else? But anyway, let's say I'm competing with another detractor. Let's pick somebody I respect. Let's pick Theo. And his rabbit too. And Cleo. Let's go ahead and let's do that. Let's say I'm competing with them and shit. And let's say that you've been watching Theo for a while, and for whatever reason I showed up in your recommendations. That wouldn't happen, I wouldn't think. But let's say that did happen. And let's say you came over and you watched my show or whatever. Let's say I'm even streaming on one of the rare occurrences that happened. It's like, hey man, I came over here from Theo's channel. I just want to check you out, man. I'm enjoying what you're doing, whatever. And if I sat there and said to you, oh really? You came from Theo? Yo, don't you know I'm competing with that dude? Yo, you're a fucking idiot. What the fuck are you doing coming over here telling me that you're from Theo's fucking channel and shit, and you know I'm competing with that guy? How did you not know that? Do you know how fucking retarded that I sound? And that's not just to Theo. Big ups to Theo and Cleo. But that's to anybody. But yet that's what DSP has done. DSP has challenged people who came from Detractor content or heard Detractor content or heard memes about him and called them fucking idiots because they listened to that or they absorbed that before coming to the source. Which is dumb. That's not how you're going to convert people over to your cause. That's not how you're going to paint yourself into a positive light for someone who may be skeptical of who you are and, more importantly, what you are. But DSP can never grasp that. And because of that is the reason why the hate mob got bigger and bigger. But he don't understand that because he's an idiot and he only speaks out of anger. And there's nothing calculated about him. That's the reason why this idiot fucking has to have a meal plan each and every fucking week, which is ridiculous because you're not on keto. You guys aren't trying to lose weight. At least one of you aren't. And so what's the point of that? Whatever. Point being, whatever. The point being is he has done everything in his power to screw over his reputation amongst people over the years. And he just kept doing it. And he kept finding justifications on why to keep doing it. And now that it's all come back, now that it's become this huge amalgamation of animosity and resentment and in truth a lot of laughter and mocking at his expense, now he just throws it all into the heap like it's all their fault. They did it. Like personal responsibility isn't a factor in this equation. He did it to himself. And he's just mad because he has to suffer the consequences of it. Which is kind of embarrassing. But also, it's in stark contrast to his whole, I'm a mature adult. Or I want to change and I want to be better. That's not true. You're still the sniveling little child who kept getting his way because people allowed you to get your way. And truth be told, you only ended up in your own way. I don't even know if you would even be able to grasp that.
Shit on all the time, right, to get his side. Never has that happened. The one person who reached out to me over the years was the Quartering. I was on his show. I answered literally every question, and he got crapped on. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, that was an awful interview. Why was he on the show? It was a waste of everyone's time. Why? Because he didn't eviscerate me. He didn't sit there and make fun of me. He didn't sit there and be nasty to me. He didn't sit there and essentially make demands of me that were unrealistic. He was just trying to have me as a guest, right? And ask questions, which I answered. My answers, whether they're satisfactory to you or not, are for you to judge. But, basically, I guess to him it was like a waste of time. And he ended up, I almost feel like he feels like he ended up being the worst for having done the interview. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you could get that from him. Someone could ask him, how does he feel about it? But I almost feel like people dumped on him for doing the interview, but not eviscerating me during the interview, correct?
I mean, you dictated terms to him from the jump. It wasn't a real interview. It was a fluff piece. So, it is what it was. And I think he's already admitted that that there were terms and conditions that he had to deal with. So, whatever rub that first off, the Quartering was the wrong person to try to get a rub off of, first off, foremost. Same guy fucking chasing fucking Tim Pool down and shit for whatever reason. It's just lame and pathetic. But anyway, whatever. That's what happens in those circles. He was just the wrong person to make that shit happen. First off and foremost, but he was the only person of relevance you could go after. Secondly, and I'm of the theory that this is what happened, the Quartering only did that interview to show up rich. That's really the only reason. He did it to spite Rich. And Rich and him were arguing online about this too. DSP probably saw that. Hence, and that probably even gave DSP even more motivation to go ahead and do the interview with the Quartering. And then the Quartering didn't even promote him. Down in the description, none of the links to any of DSP's social media or his YouTube or his Twitch at the time was even there. I don't even know if they're there now. So it was literally done out of spite. The whole shit was literally done just to get over on Rich. It had nothing to really even do with you. DSP isn't even smart enough to realize that he was being used for. There was a much bigger situation going on between two other men, and DSP was nothing more than a pawn in that. That's the wild part. You were nothing more than a pawn in that situation. A pawn. And a pawn's going to be a pawn. They don't know what they are. They don't know what they're used for. They just do what they're essentially told. And because if the Quartering had any fucking type of real journalistic integrity, he wouldn't have taken that interview. Because nothing's going to come out of it. He knew that. He wasted 2.5 hours of his fucking life, while he was sick, by the way, on an interview that didn't mean a goddamn thing. But if it gets over on Rich, then it pays off.
Not done a single interview. No one's asked until this last fall when I got pissed off about the entire internet dumping on me. And I said, if you want to dump on me, actually talk to me. Do it in, let's have a fair time where we can go back and forth. And if you really have questions or whatever, let's do it. Let's talk. And a bunch of people did, and they weren't people of caliber that you felt any need to do so. You had critiques of them, as in, oh, did you make fun of me in the past? Or have you said anything disparaging about me or whatever? Those are the type of people that you kind of need to talk to, because those are the people who actually know you. What you wanted was to play off people's ignorance. You wanted someone of relevancy, but who didn't really know you, or who wasn't really familiar with you. And you can't have that. It's the internet. And that's the reason why that situation didn't pan out. He can be mad about it all he wants. He can be butthurt about it all he wants. But that's what the situation is. The fact that even at this particular point, that he's not man enough to accept it, is the reason why he can't accept. Let's reword that. The fact that he didn't accept the situation for what it was explains why he is not expecting what's going to come in the future. And it's unfortunate, but DSP don't have no foresight anyway. This is someone who doesn't even believe in saving for his taxes that he has to pay like 3 or 4 times a year. He's not even smart enough to do that. So how would I be able to expect him to have any type of social foresight on, hey, if you act like an asshole for a number of years, you know what? Maybe people are going to think you're an asshole. Go figure. It's almost like 2 + 2 = 4. I don't know. A lot of people who reached out, YouTubers, prominent YouTubers with millions plus subs, people who have drama shows, all kinds of shit. Okay? And ultimately, after talking with all these people, I kind of narrowed it down to 2 people who I feel would be very trustworthy people to do a full in-depth expose style project with. It wouldn't just be, oh, Phil is interviewed. It would be someone wants to actually cover the entire situation fairly from all perspectives.
Whatever. So he says 2 people, but there's actually 3. Well, here's my theory of it anyway. I think the 3 people that DSP wanted to work on a project to clean his shit up and whatnot. Moist Critical is obviously at the top of the heap, to be honest. But I think the other 2 people, was Nick Rekieta and Frederick Knudsen of Down the Rabbit Hole. If he could have gotten that not revised version, if he could have gotten a part 2 to Darksydephil's Down the Rabbit Hole, and if he could have gotten the Nick Rekieta interview, that right there is his 1-2 punch, or his what does he call that shit? His double whammy. That's what I think he was shooting for if he couldn't get the Moist Critical situation. Or, truth be told, if he did get the Moist Critical situation, he still might go for one of those 2, if not both. Either which way, just to follow up. But it didn't happen. Nick Rekieta said, and someone pointed this out too. Big ups to them, by the way. It's a Gundam video where that whole, for some of you who've been following me for a little while, where Nick Rekieta is basically like, I want this interview with DSP. I've wanted this interview with DSP, but he keeps giving me excuses, and he keeps basically harking to, or he keeps alluding to that, hey, I got to work 6 days a week, yada, yada, yada. And, I got to, I got a lot going on financially right now. And Nick is kind of wrestling with himself, no pun intended, on whether he should pay for this interview. It's a Gundam video. But I know, but even before the Gundam video, I know I had heard that solo, or I had heard that somewhere I had heard it somewhere else before I heard it in Gundam's video. Big ups to It's a Gundam, and big ups to the individual who pointed that out. So that's the reason why that situation hasn't happened, because DSP is trying to probably milk Rekieta, or he's trying to hold out on Rekieta to see if he can get paid. And then the situation with Frederick is, or down the rabbit hole, is Frederick isn't willing to fucking do a follow-up on the video, because he knows what DSP's agenda is. And DSP's agenda is to go back and revise everything and craft the narrative that is favorable to DSP. And Frederick's not going to do that, because one, it's not worth doing it. Two, that probably really does go against his journalistic integrity. And three, it's not worth the trouble. It's really not. That doesn't add anything to Frederick's repertoire, if you will, or it doesn't add anything to his catalog. He's never done it for anybody else, so why should he do it for DSP? See, DSP don't see that, because DSP is the constant victim.
All right? But ultimately, by the time that I got to the point where I came to that decision, no one really cared anymore. All that bullshit had died down. The name drops, negative name drops stopped. I stopped addressing. I've hopefully done a good job in the last couple of months, or 3 months. I guess it was like November-ish when this happened. So you figure, 3.5, 4 months. I've done my best to stop addressing the bullshit on my streams. When someone tries to bait me with some bullshit, this guy said this about you, what do you think? Or here's a topic that will obviously inadvertently get you to talk about something you weren't intending. What do you think? I just say, oh, look, it's a troll thing, bye. And I think a lot of people are pissy about that. Oh, why doesn't he read it? Because it's just bait. It's just bait, and I'm not going to fall for the bait anymore. As I've told you guys,
he's been saying that sad-ass, pathetic-ass lie for years. On top of that, all those tips that he decides to avoid, most of those things are going to get fucking, they're going to get charged back anyway. So, hopefully he's come to peace with that. But DSP is the one who tells you, more so than anybody, that he doesn't care what these people have to say. They don't have any space in his head. They don't have any relevance on his streams. None of that. But yet, this segment right here is literally crafted for detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. Matter of fact, the whole Stuttering Craig podcast, the SideScroller podcast, is literally for detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. That's literally what it is. That's the only purpose that it exists. It doesn't exist for anything else. And that's something that Craig and DSP, in some ways, collaborated to make happen. So how the fuck is DSP going to sit here and tell you, oh, I don't care about what those people say, they don't hold any relevance over here whatsoever, when truth be told, anytime he bitches about what's being said about him online, it's addressing a detractor, a troll, a hater, or a critic. I'm telling you, his whole world is revolved around this. He doesn't even have control of his own life anymore, because his life is online. And his image it's not even his to own anymore. It really isn't. If someone decided to be a scumbag, I'm going to reference something that happened to Jim Sterling not too long ago, where someone took his image and made an NFT out of that shit or whatever. If someone did that to DSP's stuck. He's just going to have to sit there and deal with it. As if you look at just the Google search on DSP, nothing, you'll always get a detractor, troll, hater, or critic before him. He's already lost the war, if one wants to look at it as such. He's already lost. He lost years ago. But for him to sit there and say, I'm over these people, they don't hold any relevance to me, yet your wife is downstairs crying at every little thing that happens. And who induced that? I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Intention is to make content for my audience. It is curated content for a small audience. I have no aspirations to be a giant prominent YouTuber, to be filthy rich, to have millions of views. I don't care about any of that. I just want to be able to make content I enjoy and my viewers enjoy in a space where we can all enjoy each other's company in a social aspect, period. That's it. I don't care about any of the white noise around.
You, first off, you want to be able to be in your own bubble, and you want to control that bubble, and you want to control the people who are also within that bubble. And then you don't want to work hard. You don't want to inspire to be more than what you are and try to increase your income and increase your relevance or increase your avenues to try to make more income and make better income to take care of yourself and your family. You just want to have your own little fucking circle jerk, bubble, essentially, where all the people that are in there pay you money unconditionally, and you get to say what you want about everything else, or about everybody else, I should say, and everything else, and there's no repercussions. That's essentially what he's saying. That's essentially what he's saying. I want my small part of the internet where I can treat people the way I want to treat them and no one can retaliate against me, and everybody loves me and throws me money so I can fucking enjoy all my vices, and I can quote unquote make a living, and no one has anything to say about it. Yikes.
Around it at all. It has nothing to do with me. I don't care about any of it. Okay, I'm not even involved in it. So, since things are going good, why rain on that parade? Why poke a hornet's nest when the hornets have calmed down, right? So I talked with a couple different people who still are very, very interested in working with me on doing something large scale and having my actual involvement along the way. I'm down for that at some point when I feel it is the right time for that. You will see that. I promise you, because these are people who are good people, nice people who don't necessarily love me. But they're people who I feel like if they wanted to really do a full, people always say, will you do a biography? Like, that's literally what it would be. It would be like covering me and my history as an internet content creator from start to finish. Every rise and every fall, every mistake, but every triumph. You know, being fair, as opposed to, oh, every negative thing and that's it. Both perspectives.
I'm sorry to break this to you. I'm not sorry, Phil. No one's going to care about that. I don't care how fair. I'll speak for myself. I don't care how fair the fucking documentary is. Is it entertaining? If it's not, it doesn't matter. The restreamer or whoever the content creator who decides to really sit down and go through it will probably get more views than you will. Or more views than that project will get. Maybe. Depends on who does it. So, but yet again, if it's not entertaining, then who gives a shit? If it's, you know what I'm saying? You keep talking about fair, but you keep missing out on the most important aspect of it. Is it entertaining? You are on a platform that's about entertainment. Not about coddling you for all your fucking past mistakes and all the dumb shit you said. And the fact that you're still too stupid to see that means that you deserve everything that comes to you. And some.
You see? So, I'm down for that when it's the right time. Now is not the right time, in my opinion. I'm busy now. I'm starting a new channel. I got all this stuff going on in my life. I'm not doing that right now. Okay? So that's basically what's been going on. And that's it. Now I'm focused on my own stuff. So when I got offered to be on this podcast out of the blue, I didn't solicit it or anything. I was like, oh, this could be something neat to do for variety or whatever. It's certainly not what I was looking to do with that. It's something completely different. I want to hang out on the show with these guys, talk about news topics, be a little silly. It's a fun show. So on March 1st, 2 days ago, they just casually say, oh, you know, this guy's going to be on our show.
I almost missed that. So I almost missed it. So you were already in commitments to do this thing, or to do these things to clean up your act, right? To try to repair the damage from years and years and years of you being neglectful of your own relevancy. Right? But you can't do those things because you have so much to do. You just launched a new channel, which is already failing. It was DOA on arrival, to be honest with you. But anyway, You started a new channel. You got all these games to play, whatever, whatever. Then all of a sudden, this opportunity pops up, and now you have time for it. And I don't think he's at the point yet, but I've been told that this right here is supposed to be like a reoccurring thing. He's hoping that he'll be able to come onto the show multiple times. So you're expecting to verbally spread your piggy juice and pignosis on this show on a regular basis, or not even on a regular basis, but on occasionally, semi-annually, if you will, whatever. And yet you don't have time to commit to projects that other people are waiting on for you to help them with or for you to contribute to try to fix you and your bullshit. It's easier just to go for the quick fix, right, than actually do all of the work. Even though you're not even really doing the work, someone else is going to do all the work. You see how fucked up he is? Do you see how fucked up that behavior is? He has 2 people already waiting in the wings. I'm not saying they're completely and utterly waiting on him, but clearly they could have better projects that they could be committing themselves to get this done, to get their own shit done, than getting his shit done. He's got them waiting, and he's going to go with the quick fix, going through SideScrollers, believing that right there may save him with less effort than actually putting the work in to get shit done over here. And he wonders why he fails at everything. He wonders what happens every time this motherfucker tries to ice skate uphill. And he wonders why he's constantly failing. When you're not willing to put effort into anything, you'll essentially fail at everything.
This month. And that was it. And I knew it. I knew if they did this is what would happen. Of course, all the haters, all the trolls, all the detractors, they come out of the woodwork. They start flooding their show on a daily basis. What are you going to ask? Are you going to bring up this? Are you going to bring up that? And it's all the same misinformation as always. It's literally the same parroted stuff, because these people have not come up with anything new in years. It's always the same shtick now. It's not even, it used to be, they used to go through these sagas, right? It used to be, first it's this is how you don't play saga. Then it's the DDoS getting swatted, getting false copyright saga. Then it was the taxes saga. Then it was the bankruptcy saga, the escort saga. They think my life is an anime. It's not, but they think it is. That's how they treat it. They think that doing shit like that is somehow like acceptable. It's not.
It is.
It's very, very.
Because like with any lolcow, you're part of the show, right? You're entertainment in a way that you never could, so someone else had to put the effort to make that happen. First off, there is no "this is how you don't play" saga. This is how you don't play is a thing that happened and that continues to happen, but it isn't necessarily a saga. Same thing with the DDoS saga. That's not a saga either. It's a standalone situation. You know what I'm saying? Not everything gets an arc, Phil. Not everything gets a saga. If anything else, actually, those smaller events, even though This Is How You Don't Play is not small, so I'm not going to say it gets a saga or an arc. It's just a thing that happened. It's like the equivalent of an anime movie that ripples on throughout the series, if you will. It's essentially like, actually, I can give you a fantastic example. And especially if Dragon Ball Super ends up doing what they say they're going to do, then this may pan out. If you think about, if you've seen any of the Japanese movies for Dragon Ball Z, there is 13 of them in all. Movie number 2, when they faced... No, that would have been movie number 4, actually. When they faced Mecha Cooler, that wouldn't be movie 3, though. That would be movie like 4 or 5, now that I think about it. Yeah. Now that I think about it. I'm going to have to look now just because I want to make sure I get my shit right. But when they faced or even when they faced Cooler the first time, actually, if Dragon Ball Super does actually pick up where, if Dragon Ball Super goes the direction most people are suspecting that it will, and we get Cooler back, or Mecha Cooler, if you will, it's going to coincide with a movie that most people weren't even really sure that was canon. If he gets into Super, it'll make all of that canon, right? Even though there's a bunch of stuff that kind of already harkened to it to prove that it actually exists either which way. And if you know who Cooler is, and if you understand his relevancy, you understand why that's important. Here's the point. This is how you don't play. Is peppered into each and every arc or each and every saga within the Darksydephil story anyway. It's a reoccurring thing. Because of that, it doesn't need to be its own story arc. I don't know why I even need to be explaining this. It doesn't need to be its own story arc or saga. It's its own standalone that has carried on through the DSP story. Period. So it's so much bigger than that. Just to give you an example. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So there's that. But yes, your whole fucking life online is broken up into sagas, stories, or arcs, or whatever the case may be. Because you're not entertaining. You know what I'm saying? What happens to you is entertaining. But you yourself aren't entertaining. And because of how long most of these situations which you are, and how a lot of these situations coincide or combo or chain link themselves to other ones, it's easier to break it up like that. And it's relatable. It's much more relatable. And if you format it in the same way as an anime or even like a soap opera, if you will, because that's all an anime is. It's essentially a soap opera. It's just a bunch of events that happen and that will be brought up later on as the thing goes along. And everything's broken up into seasons or years or whatever the case may be. So that's what it comes down to. You think your life has more relevancy than that, but it doesn't. By definition, on how you yourself have treated your image online and how you've treated other people and how other people have responded to it, you've killed whatever relevancy that you thought you have. Your life, DSP, is not online. It's supposed to be offline. That's supposed to be the time with your wife, the time with your son, your time with Jasper, and all of the different events and stories and experiences that you have outside of the internet. But, ladies and gentlemen, this goes back to, yet again, you give him enough rope and he'll hang himself. It reinforces what I've already said. He doesn't have anything outside of the internet. He doesn't have anything in IRL. It's all a facade. It's all fake. So that's why he's desperate to try to get his story fixed online. Because that's where he lives. This is what he occupies. This is his whole life, essentially. It's sad to say that, but this is his entire life. When the narrative fell into other people's hands, they were able to dictate what they wanted. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, history is written by the winners. And truth be told, or in another aspect, I should say, or another way of looking at it, is history is the lie that we've all come to agree to. Well, DSP has, quote unquote, contributed to that lie, and in turn made it the truth. Little sparks here and there, or little ambers here or there that you can stomp out if you like aspects of the Escort saga. But at the end of the day, the collective dictates what history is, not him. He's already lost. He has to deal with whatever comes up next. And the more that he tries to fight it, the more that he tries to debunk it, the more he tries to clear it up, either another lie will be presented, which 99.9% of the time that's what's going to happen anyway, or he reveals a truth that wasn't said previously that only makes him look worse. It's a no-win proposition. It's a no-win situation. And everybody sees it but him.
Very messed up. Okay? So to them, this is another saga. To me, I just wanted to be on a show and have fun and kind of hang out and have a good time with a bunch of guys or gals or whatever, whoever they have on the show that day, and have a good time, something different. Instead, within one day, 24 hours, the whole thing gets blown up into drama. What drama questions will you ask Phil? Okay? So, I get wind of this, and I'm like, well, I knew it was going to happen. I knew if they mentioned it, this was going to happen. I'm not stupid. It's only happened every other time. So, you know, I've been going back and forth with Craig, and this morning, Craig read an email on the show, his show, SideScrollers. You can watch it. It's live right now over on their channel. He read the email. It's word for word the email that I'd sent him. But in a nutshell, here's the deal. Craig feels pressured by the internet that if he's going to have me on as a guest, it can't just be a normal show where we shoot the shit for 5 minutes and then they're on to topics and things. It has to be about me. I don't like that.
First things first, Phil. How are you not stupid? You knew this was going to happen. It's happened every other time, when supposedly the only other time that you've ever been put in this situation was with the quartering. Oh, well, all right, whatever. The devil's in the details, or in the devil's snorts, as I like to say. Now, as it pertains to why can't this be a normal situation? Why can't I just go up there and talk about games and have fun and whatever other lame ass shit you want to talk about? DSP, you're the one who said, I am the one in the million. You're no Aaliyah, that's for damn sure. But anyway, you're the one in the million. You're the exception to the rules. You're the underdog. You have built your quote-unquote platform on not being like everybody else. He said this to us plenty of times before. I'm not like other content creators. I'm not like other streamers. I'm not a sellout. I'm not a shill. I have values. I do things my way because I have so much pride in myself, and even though it puts me at a deficit, I still feel that I need to do things my way because that's just how I was brought up. That's the moral codes that I have, and all the other lame shit that you guys have ever heard. So it's okay to be a unique fucking snowflake when it comes to all of those situations. But now that it comes down to this right here, oh, now you want to be average. Oh, now you want to be relatable. Oh, now you want to be equal to everyone else. Any other time, I'm different, I'm unique, I'm not like the rest of you. But now I want to be treated like everybody else. Okay. 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 He's been preaching that for years, ladies and gentlemen. He's been preaching for years that he's unique fucking snowflake. But now he wants what everything. But now he's willing to humble himself, and he wants to come to the table with apparently the rest of the serfs and peasants, and he wants his bowl of gruel like everyone else. Not a bigger bowl, not a smaller bowl, just an equal sized bowl with an equal sized portion.
Honest. I had no intention of this being the DSP show. It's supposed to be SideScrollers with special guest DSP. But because these people completely decide...
Why do you have to be a special guest? Why can't you just be a guest? I know, I'm just being an asshole. It's true, though. Like, why does he have to be a special guest? Why can't he just be a guest?
Dominate every aspect of anything to do with me on the internet, you know. It seems like, again, I can't enjoy things other people can enjoy. Anyone else can go on a podcast and be a fun special guest, but not Phil. Phil can't have the fun things everyone else has. I can't have a sponsor because these people go and harass the sponsor. I can't have a fun appearance on a show. It's not fair. It's just not.
Well, fuck you and what's fair to you. I personally don't give a shit about any of that. But we just spoke about this. Sponsors and endorsements are sellouts. Well, sorry. Sponsors and endorsements are bad. And anybody who takes those things are sellouts, they're shills, they're all those different things. Remember what you said about Max? Excuse me, not too long ago, about how he had hashtag ad on his streams or in his videos, and because of that, he's not someone to be trusted. But now we're bitching and complaining about not having those things. And it's not like, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't the first time he's bitched about it, but I'm just trying to bring things into context. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of this. 1 minute it's all bad when everybody else is doing it, but then in the same snort, or then in a phantom snort later, oh, it's fucked up that I can't have those things. So you want to be a liar and a sellout and a shill just like everybody else? Huh. But what happened to all of our religious values and shit? Huh. What about our code? The thing that you live by? And despite all the deficits it may bring to you, you feel okay putting out meaningful content and knowing that people can trust you. Huh. Huh.
I'm upset. I am genuinely upset, and I'm not upset with Craig or the hosts of the SideScrollers show. I'm not. I'm upset with the situation that's created itself on the internet, that I try to separate myself from at every moment. It's like, oh, here's a chance where I can actually do something that a normal person would do. Oh, that's not allowed for Phil. Phil has to still be the whipping boy. He has to be treated like shit, you know. And I'm tired of it, man. It does. It breaks me down. It makes me feel like shit that I can't just have fun. All right? So now...
Wait, I thought you were sitting down and having fun every time you came to work, which is the reason why you love what you do. That you have a great job. You have a great career. You get to sit down, play games, share your experiences, and get paid to do it. But now you're saying you're not having fun? I'm shocked, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that is the mythos that he's sold us all on, right? That he's having fun every time he comes to work. And that his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics are all jealous of him because they can't do what he does. But he's saying that he's miserable, though. And he says that he doesn't get the opportunities that other people have. And he doesn't get those experiences, and whatever the case may be. Did I miss something?
On this show and just have a good time like everyone else is entitled to, and instead, what's it got to be? It's got to be an interrogation. All right? But here's the thing. There's a difference between you're going in front of an audience that's genuinely curious, likely open-minded, not saying my detractors, because you know that they want to watch this and hear it, but to go in front of people who are essentially just hearing about all this bullshit for the first time, and they have genuine questions about it. Okay? So that's the difference. It's different because you can go in with preconceived notions, but I feel like if I went and, you know, if Craig's sitting there and asking me questions, or Adam, that's the other co-host, or Travis, or whoever is there and asking me questions, it's more from a curiosity, and actually I want to get some facts perspective. It's not, we're going into this with 400 negative preconceived notions about Phil, and we already believe them all. And no matter what he says or does, we hate him anyway. Right? So I don't think that's the case. This is not a trap. This is not me going on Destiny's show where he's outright admitted that he was going to try to set up traps for me to make me look like shit. That's not what this podcast is at all. I feel like it's the actual complete opposite situation. People who are...
I think DSP's an idiot. I think Destiny was joking about at least some of that. He might have been joking about all of it. I think DSP took it too seriously because it hit too close to home. People don't get mad about shit that's not true. I'm saying. People typically don't get mad at shit that doesn't true. So the fact that they may have been able to get like somebody like Adam Cole or something up there to kind of joke around, to kind of joke it off with you, someone who kind of is aware of you, and whatever the case may be, and it's going to hit you that hard, says something about you, not Destiny.
Interested in talking to me and hearing my story, and they can make judgments for themselves. And again, I hope that people are watching from that 50-minute timestamp on here, Craig and the guys on the show. Hell, if you want to play this back on your show, I give you permission to. It's up to you. Yeah.
Told you, he wanted the Pignosis to be spread. Let's do it again. He wanted the Pignosis to be spread. Like some piggy zombie virus or some shit. True digital swine flu. Drop the true part and we'll just call it digital swine flu. I love that. It's another symptom, if you will, of pignosis. So it falls under the Pignosis umbrella. I love that. That's fantastic. Holy shit, that's fantastic.
Questions, or Adam, that's the other co-host, or Travis, or whoever is there and asking me questions. It's more from a curiosity, and actually I want to get some facts perspective. It's not, we're going into this with 400 negative preconceived notions about Phil, and we already believe them all. And no matter what he says or does, we hate him anyway. Right? So I don't think that's the case. This is not a trap. This is not me going on Destiny's show where he's outright admitted that he was going to try to set up traps for me to make me look like shit. That's not what this podcast is at all. I feel like it's the actual complete opposite situation. People who are genuinely interested in talking to me and hearing my story, and they can make judgments for themselves. And again, I hope that people are watching from that 50-minute timestamp on here, Craig and the guys on the show. Hell, if you want to play this back on your show, I give you permission to. It's up to you. Yeah, if you want to ask me anything, go ahead. I will answer to the best of my ability. I will answer in a situation, in a way that basically I'm not going to put myself at risk, and allow me to explain what I mean by that, because I will talk about this obviously on the show. Okay, these people are so crazy. They do absolutely anything, and they will take any little crumb of any piece of data and find a way to spin it into something that can harm me and my family. And they have. This started off 10 years ago with a stupid thing called This Is How You Don't Play, which I'm sure I'm going to talk about, how it all started. And literally since then, it's just become such a viral meme on YouTube that Phil is a person, a lol cow, who is to be hurt at every moment, and no one ever has to feel bad about it, because we have basically said so many negative things about him. Some of them have to eventually be true, and therefore we're justified in the level of harassment that he's received over the years, and he doesn't deserve any kind of positivity, any kind of success, hell, any even kind of safety. Destroy all that. He should be literally tortured for the rest of his life for the horrible, horrible things that he's done. That's this mentality on the internet that there is. And, Yeah,
you deserve to be mocked at every second. Please believe. You deserve to be mocked at every fucking second. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You are under some type of insane preconceived notion that you really didn't bring any of this on your own fucking head. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you literally brought this on yourself. This is your own fault. Let me give you an example. This is how you don't play. I just went over this segment of where I said that it's not a saga and it's not an arc. It's bigger than that. If we were going to use Dragon Ball terms here for a minute, or even, like Hunter x Hunter, whatever, you know what I'm saying, or even Bleach, like, Evil AJ is like, Evil AJ, if this is Bleach, Evil AJ is the Soul King. If this is fucking Dragon Ball, God, Jesus Christ, Evil AJ is what's dude's name? A Zeno, essentially. He's Zeno, except for there's just not two of them. But that's who he is. He's essentially above everything. Like, he can, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you've elevated him to such, because you literally put all of you put your complete and utter downfall on Evil AJ. All of it. So why doesn't Evil AJ get to be Zeno? Essentially. That's the argument that I pose. Now, here's the thing. For DSP, this is how you don't play, which was to mock his gameplay and essentially his intelligence. DSP took that and basically was like, it ruined his entire life. Now, how could something like that do that? How could a 1-hour video completely and utterly destroy your fucking life if you weren't living chronically on the internet? Even if this was his business, and I know that's what he says, but you know what I mean. Even as his business, the emphasis that he puts on this is how you don't play, absolutely utterly destroying him, is ridiculous. And as good as that This Is How You Don't Play is, as well as those that have come later on, DSP was the architect of his own destruction, because he made it big. He made it so big to where it could hurt him. He could have ignored it and not said anything. I still think it would have gotten over 1 million views or 2 million or whatever the original had before DSP had it taken down. Whatever the views were, it still was going to get it. But DSP is what helped. Is really helped it along the way. He provided the toxic incubation chamber to make that happen. He made This Is How You Don't Play the staple that it is in his history and in Detractor history. He's the one who did that. He's the one who made it a staple. He damn near did that with Top 10 Worst Moments. He did the same damn thing with that in 2017, well, leading into 2018, when he was trying his hardest to get that shit taken down. And even when Secret Limited, but at the time he was going by The Secret Life of DSP. even when Secret Limited was willing to, I wouldn't say concede, when he was willing to be reasonable, if DSP would just have a discussion with him, have a conversation, DSP treated him like dirt. He attempted to. He attempted to treat Secret Limited like dirt and acted like he could just treat him any type of fucking way he wanted. So after a while, Secret Limited was like, well, fuck you and fuck the horse you rode on. What happens, happens. And that's what happened. So even amongst one of the most respected detractors that are out there, this man was willing to at least hear DSP out. And DSP treated him like garbage. And then DSP got mad that things played out the way it did. That's insane. And you don't get, and the reason why he doesn't ever bring that up and someone else has to, because either A, he doesn't remember or he doesn't want to remember. And that's the real thing about Darksydephil in general, or Phil Brunel as a person. The more details that you pick up from him, the worse it gets. DSP is always telling you, no one ever wants to tell my story, no one ever puts anything into context, and everything, and this, that, and the third. But once someone does, it makes the situation worse. It makes it so much worse. And he's just not smart enough to put that together. So if he had left This Is How You Don't Play Alone, or if he just kept his mouth shut, or if he had reached out to Evil AJ and they could have worked out a business arrangement, it could have been successful for everybody. Because at the end of the day, DSP was always going to be shit at games. He was never going to get better. And Evil AJ had the talent to lay down the groundwork for what This Is How You Don't Play is. So it could have been a win-win for everybody. Evil AJ has the talent, and you're a fucking failure. So you essentially have the pig shit. He's willing to turn that shit into fertilizer so it can be used to grow things. Everything works in tandem. Like, everything could have worked. But see, if DSP can't have everything, then no one else can have anything either. Or at least that's how he looks at it, and it didn't work.
Because we have basically said so many negative things about him. Some of them have to eventually be true, and therefore we're justified in the level of harassment that he's received over the years, and he doesn't deserve any kind of positivity, any kind of success, hell, any even kind of safety. Destroy all that. He should be literally tortured for the rest of his life for the horrible, horrible things that he's done. That's this mentality on the internet that there is. And, you know, it's painful, man. I just want to do my thing. I just want to have fun with an audience, a small audience. I don't have a big audience. I'm not some giant YouTuber, man. I just want to do something with my guys here and my gals and not have to worry about people getting harassed, about all this stuff. It's like, I just want to be on a podcast. Now, here comes the harassment brigade, like within moments of dropping the name, right? So, here's the thing, all right? As long as there is buy-in, that these guys are going to make sure that there is no kind of risk. And what I mean by that is no doxing, right? No discussion of stuff that has absolutely positively nothing to do with me. Because this is the problem, is these people have gone so far down the rabbit hole of information to try to harass people, not only just me directly, but family members and other people on the periphery that have nothing to do. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what's going to happen is I'm going to go on the show, and immediately the view count's going to skyrocket 5 times with my detractors, and they're going to come in, they're going to be doing disgusting memes about myself and my wife. They're going to be posting up personal information. They're going to be doing every nasty, disgusting possible thing. I mean, just to give you an example of it. It's already happened, and Craig doesn't even know, so I hope he's going to hear this and he'll kind of understand. This morning on the podcast, he brought up someone who is a regular of these streams, who is a regular victim of harassment from my detractors. This person has literally never done a thing wrong on my streams. They are one of the nicest people that comes to my content.
I mean, except for stealing mommy's credit card? Oh, my bad. I'm jumping ahead a little bit. Sorry, my bad. Let me let him finish. Gee, that's a great screenshot. Oh, shit, that's a great screenshot. Hell yeah. Okay. I think I got it. Holy shit.
All the time. All right? But my detractors hate this person because he talks a lot. And he likes to get my attention and he likes to have conversation with me because my streams are personable. So they go and they harass this person online. All right, I'll say his name's Derek. Everyone knows his name is Derek, right? Now,
I don't think anybody hates Derek. To be honest with you, if nothing else, I would say most detractors have been rather charitable to him. To be honest, I think he's a degenerate. I think he has serial killer written all over him. If something don't change, I don't hate him. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I just think that he has. I think he has a problem. There's something happened in his development and how he perceives sex and how he perceives, I think, people in general. And I think it's going to lead to long-term problems down the line because he's kind of let himself go to what the fantasy is that is porn. But once he gets a chance to actually have the real thing, he's going to find out that it's not exactly like how it is in the movies or whatever. And there's going to be a level of frustration that's going to come out of it. And I think watching you for years and him watching you spurg out is only going to negatively reinforce that. I don't hate him. I just don't have a lot of not hope, but I don't have a really high expectation of what he's going to turn out the way he's continuing to go. He's clearly very desensitized. He clearly has, he's not all there, to be honest. And that shit probably should be addressed. But anyway, that doesn't mean I hate him.
They basically harass this guy and they go into all his social media shit and everything. That's no one's business. Just because you're an attendee of a stream doesn't mean someone should harass this guy. This guy is not a whale because Craig had the misconception this guy's a whale. He doesn't contribute. He's just a viewer.
No, he's not a whale, but he stole mommy's credit card to donate to you for a fair amount of time before he got caught. That's not a very good sign, Phil. And it's very hard to be charitable to something like that.
Contribute financially at all. He just sits here and talks nicely with me every day, right? If you didn't,
on top of the fact that after he got caught, with the situation with the when he got caught with mommy's credit card, he had to beg other stream viewers, other pay pigs in particular, to donate on his behalf. This was all on Twitch, by the way.
To his personal life, you would never know anything negative about the guy. But these people are sick. So they go into his social media accounts, they look at this stuff, and they harass him. So what did they do? They went on the SideScrollers podcast, and they said, oh, you got to ask Phil about Derek, because he's a whale of Phil's, and he has, this and that going on in his personal life. I was like, wait, what? That's not even
What do you mean
true.
his personal life, you idiot? His fucking porn addiction is on display on Twitter for everybody to see. If nothing else, just like you're begging, he is unashamed of it, to be honest with you. It's almost sociopathic in a lot of ways on how it's almost uncanny how unashamed he is of his porn addiction. In the exact same way that you're not ashamed, or you don't have too many qualms about your begging. I mean, the kid may very well have a porn addiction for all we know, but he is unashamed of it at all. But keep in mind though too, Phil, you're fairly lucky because no one pointed out to Craig that Derek has been blocked by multiple porn stars because he ain't overstepped the boundaries a little too much. You know what I'm saying? He's gone on to harass some of these porn stars, and they had to block him, and they had to write essentially cease and desist on him interacting with them or their content. You don't want to bring that up either, because you don't want your fucking fan base to look like a bunch of loons. But if we're gonna put it out there, let's go all the way.
That's blatant misinformation. Already it's begun. I mean, we're 2 days out from being announced that I'm on the show, and already Craig and crew have been bombarded with complete misinformation about me, about how I operate, about my viewers. What a shock, right? Because here's the thing. Who has the vested interest in this appearance? The detractors do. Right? My fans do it. Oh, it's nice that Phil's going to appear on this show. Yeah, we'll watch it. This will be cool. But they already have a place to be with me every day. My own content, right? So it's not the fans that are going to be jumping on. It's going to be the detractors that are going to go, oh, this is our opportunity to sink our hooks into someone else who hasn't heard about all the crap about DSP and to let them believe it. Yeah, I mean,
but that's not necessarily true, because most of your audience watches detractor content. On top of that, you wouldn't give them the time or day to interact with them or have a podcast with them or do interviews with them or whatever. So they kind of have a vested interest in finally seeing you do that with someone else. You must really think they're drones, and they are. A lot of them are, and dense. But Jesus Christ, you should be willing to give them a little bit more credit than that, because hanging out with you is, I'm sure it's rather tiresome, to say the very least. I think for once in the pig pen, they need a breath of fresh air.
It really is a cultish mentality. It's this weird cult-like mentality of hate, and it started 10 years ago. This is how you don't play, and it just continued. It's wave after wave. There's always another reason. When one thing passes, the next thing comes up to continue the system of harassment that's happened to me for now over a decade. And it has to stop at some point, but at this point, I don't see how it ever will, because when you're in a system that promotes it, YouTube promotes it, YouTube promotes harassment, there is no way to protect yourself against it besides being rich and suing people directly for defamation or slander. And I'm not rich. So I can't.
Even if you were, it wouldn't help you anyway. You're willing to bleed your fortune to go after a bunch of nameless people, nameless and mostly faceless people online? How retarded does that sound? And if you're rich, what would be your justification? You're already rich, right, Phil? You're the one who goes around believing money can fix everything. So what would be your point behind that? Anyway, whatever. That just sounds really fucking stupid when you think about it in context. You're going to go around and sue everybody who has something to say about you. That is literally retarded. Quite literally. You'd be a fool to do that. And when those cases get thrown out, or whatever the case may be, Phil, you still got lawyer fees to pay. You probably still got court fees to pay too. But we don't think about that, though.
You can't sue the hundreds to thousands of people who have said these horrible things about me over the years. So I just ignore it.
And then the very platform that you're mad at because they let it happen is the same platform that lets your garbage be peddled on a regular basis. Did you ever think about that? You ever think about that beef with Mitch Dyer? What if Mitch Dyer was like, you know what? I don't know what the fuck this loon's problem is, but I think I'm going to go to YouTube and I'm going to say something. And what happens if YouTube said, hey, Phil, we're going to have to suspend you because you harassed this guy right here. Oh, well, it wasn't on YouTube. It was on Twitter. Yeah, but you made a video about it on YouTube and he don't like it, so we're going to take that down. How about that shit, Phil? What if, I can't think of what this woman's name is. She must have been like a game writer or something. It's a really, really old series of tweets. But there was some female that DSP was harassing on Twitter years and years and years and years ago over some dumb game or whatever her opinion was on a game or whatever. It was ridiculous. What if she had gone to YouTube and said, hey, this guy right here is harassing me. This is just a problem. Handle that. And what if YouTube did? You'd have felt a certain type of way about that too. On top of that, Phil, what if that bullshit between you and Hutch? What if Hutch, who had a lot of positioning at that time, what if he decided to go ahead and go to YouTube and go after you? Or through Machinima, go ahead and go at YouTube to get you knocked off? You'd have been bitching and complaining all day about all that shit. What about what you said about what's her name? What is her name? Oh, I can't think of it right now. Unfortunately, I'll come back to it. The Toby Turner is another one. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's gone after a bunch of people. He's literally gone after a shitload of people online. He's been able to spew his bullshit on YouTube, and they let it go. But since he got away with it clean, he didn't get away with it clean, but since he got away with it, that's okay. But now that people are doing it to him, and Ben doing it, and Ben getting away with it, just like he did, all of a sudden, there should be repercussions. Everybody needs to be fucked off the internet because they said things about me that I didn't like, and that ruined me somehow. And the reason why I think he's focusing on this 10-year thing, even though in his email to Craig, he wants to focus really on 2017 moving forward, is he's going to try to use that as an example or even the prime suspect for why he had the decline on YouTube and eventually Twitch. He wants to use that as a starting point. He wants to use that shit as a blanket statement, as an example, as a blanket example of why he failed on the internet. Which means he has to acknowledge that he's failed on the internet, and now we have to point somewhere saying that's why. And then he can sit there and say, "Oh, well, I acted this way because these people treated me this way, and that wasn't fair." Or I was put in this situation right here, and I made the situation worse. I agree, but these people insinuated it, or these people exacerbated it and made it even worse. The person I was thinking about is iJustine, when he made that comment about her because she was chosen to be a host of a gaming show that he didn't like. Well, he didn't. Not that he didn't like the gaming show. He didn't like the fact that it was a woman, and he didn't like the fact that she was a woman, and he didn't like the fact that she was chosen to be a host because she wasn't a gamer or a real gamer or whatever. I don't know, but you know, I'm sure something in his feeble little mind makes that make sense. How about that? It's not like you. I can't remember who the emperor was, but there was a Japanese emperor who started off as like a shoe bearer and made it all the way up to emperor. And then his name is right on the tip of my fucking tongue too. And he abolished the system that was the system that he came up in. I know someone's gonna end up saying it in the comment section. Big ups to them in advance. But he abolished the system that allowed him to elevate and basically started a class system so no one could ever follow in his footsteps. No one could ever elevate as high as he did. It's kind of like that. That's essentially what DSP wants, which is ironic, DSP, because I'm not to say that that's been only done in Japan. I'm sure it's been done in a lot of different cultures. But it's interesting how you would harken back to something like that. If you really think about it, DSP wants all the opportunities to be made available to him, but not to anybody else. No one can ever come up or be more successful than DSP because he's DSP and he had it hard, or he had it rough, or he didn't have it easy, which is one of the reasons why he holds as much animosity as he does against PewDiePie. Because PewDiePie was, quote-unquote, a fan of his, which I don't even know if that's true. I think maybe PewDiePie watched some of his stuff. I think a lot of people did. But that doesn't make him a fan. But whatever. Let's go with the Pignosis on that. Supposedly PewDiePie was a fan of his or whatever, and then PewDiePie started doing his own content, and then eventually eclipsed DSP and became far bigger than him, and DSP's spiteful of him because of that, because of his success, because he used to watch him, and then he ended up eclipsing him. That's a dumb reason to be mad at anybody for anything. It really is. And I can kind of understand the compliment of it. Oh, you inspired this person, and that's if DSP even inspired him. Because I'm sure there were other people out there doing content too that PewDiePie liked. But whatever. Even if why would you be upset that someone that you feel that you've inspired has gone on to do better? Did PewDiePie owe you a check or something? This is a real question that I'm having, or that I'm asking. I don't know.
I guess I sit in my lane. I make my own content. And I ignore it. So what happens? It thrives. It propagates. It festers. It becomes worse and worse. Right? But what can I do? If I address it, you're giving attention to it, it just gets worse. If you ignore it, it festers. It just gets worse. There's no solution to it. So this is not fair that in 2023, years removed from some of the horrendous things that I've openly admitted I did a decade ago, you know, that I get this kind of harassment, and now I just want to do something fun.
Wait,
I can't do it.
The horrible things I did a decade ago, you did horrible things yesterday, Phil. So to speak. You did dumb shit last month. You did dumb shit last year. You don't get to put all of your quote-unquote horrible things into your fucking snorty Pandora's box from a decade ago and say, oh, it's all back there. The last 10 years, I've been a good boy. I've been a good little pig man, and I don't understand why people hate me. You don't get to do that. You're too well documented for something like that to happen. God damn.
Phil's not allowed to have fun. Fun on the internet for Phil? No, screw him. We got to ruin it. So they have. You know, effectively, that's what they've done. They've turned this to that. It should have been a fun podcast appearance and turned it into, well, now this has to be an interrogation of Phil because, you know, God forbid that anyone actually just judge something at face value, have him on as a guest, as opposed to You know, now we must have 400 questions of horrible accusations addressed before we even get to anything fun. You know, I don't know. So here's the thing. I said to Craig, if you can guarantee me the safety of me and my family and everyone around, meaning no doxing, you know, no leaking of any personal information, no allowing people to post nasty, ridiculous things about this, you know what I'm saying? Then I would definitely say I'm in line with it. And by the way, here's the other thing, because this is what the idiot detractors say. Phil would never go on a show and just let anyone ask him anything. Absolutely not. Why? Why wouldn't I? What's the point of having someone talk to you if you're going to limit the conversation, right? When I went on the Quartering, all right, his show.
So you could protect yourself. So you could protect yourself and your family. Or did we already forget our own narrative? Isn't that the same fucking reason why you're asking Stuttering Craig and the SideScroller podcast to give you certain assurances? I'm sorry. Isn't that why you need them to buy into your fucking safety, Phil? No one's going to run over there and drop your fucking docs that's already publicly available anyway. That sounds retarded. Because no one's going to do that, because if anybody wanted to know, they'll drop a Kiwi Farms link. They could literally do that if that was really the case. Or if this is on, I think the situation is on Twitch, they could literally whisper that shit to other people. Not trying to give anybody ideas, I'm just saying. So they don't even need to do it like that. So you're being stupid. What you're saying is, don't. What DSP is really trying to say, we're going to do a Piggy translation, is don't ask me anything that is sensitive. Don't ask me anything that is super humiliating, or don't ask me about how I met my wife. Don't ask me about how our lifestyle is. Don't ask me about anything that could actually really, really make me look like a fucking idiot, or make me and my wife look like fucking weirdos, or whatever the case may be. That's what he's really saying. He's trying to hide that under the guise of a dox. But realistically, he's trying to say is, don't ask me anything personal. That's really what he's trying to get across. And that's kind of lame. Because if you want people to know who you are as a person, well, to some degree, you'd want to be more personable about that. But see, you're a fucking liar too, though. So you don't want to have any questions posed to you that could put you in a situation where you're just going to blurt it out and answer it without thinking. And that's what it really comes down to when you want to dictate questions, or you want questions to be dictated to you. You want questions that are easy, quick answer, move on. Nothing that requires you to think. And because DSP is emotional, because he's a reactionary type of person, he don't think when he talks. He just talks. And that's gotten him in trouble. If you followed any detractor, you know this.
Made all this shit up about, oh, Phil told the Quartering he can't ask this, he can't ask this, he can't ask this. Oh, by the way, the Quartering paid Phil to be on the show. Wrong, and wrong. None of that was true, but they just believed it anyway. And it's actually
And what makes it not true? Because you say it? No. Where's your proof? Where's your evidence? You have none of that. You're not going to present none of that. Quartering hasn't even talked about the terms of the conditions. Sorry, hasn't talked about any of the terms or conditions of that interview unless he's told people in private. So where's your evidence at, Phil? Great screenshot, by the way.
I think it's fact that interview was staged. It wasn't real, and he paid me to be on the show. It's all lies. But they think it's true because they're stupid. They talk themselves into believing things that aren't true, and then that's their truth that they then post all over the internet and benefit from. Clickbait views, money, ad revenue, contributions to propagate the hate. Right now, this very podcast is being rebroadcast by
clickbait, ad revenue, contributions, tips. Really? Where's my Snort Bucks coffee cup donation cup? We don't have one, right? No? No. Okay, so what? I feel like I've been bamboozled. What?
Paid Phil to be on the show. Wrong, and wrong. None of that was true, but they just believed it anyway. And it's actually become, they think it's fact that interview was staged, it wasn't real, and he paid me to be on the show. It's all lies. But they think it's true because they're stupid. They talk themselves into believing things that aren't true, and then that's their truth that they then post all over the internet and benefit from. Clickbait views, money, ad revenue, contributions to propagate the hate. Right now, this very podcast is being rebroadcast by likely a dozen different people, all talking.
The fact that he runs the money over everything else is fucking hilarious. And the reason why that is any of you who've been following Kitty Hitler, that's Chantel, Foodie Beauty, if you've been following her and her kitty holocaust that she's been doing, she's been going at a bunch of different people, but mainly this woman named French Fry Girl, and saying the exact same shit. You guys only do it for profit. You only do it for this and doing that. You don't care about the truth. You only care about, you know, what is profitable and what's hating on me. That's what she said in the beginning. Then she ends up slipping up and admitting later on that she did want to kill her cat, one of them, and said that it was the best thing for them and there was no reason for them to suffer. Even though French Fry Girl, who's the one who rescued this cat, took the cat to a vet and said, yeah, this cat has a lot of life left in him. And on top of that, this cat isn't as old as you said it was. Fucking Chantel's running around telling everybody this cat's over 20 years old. Come to find out, the cat's like 16 or 17. But whatever. Whatever it takes to get them into the ovens, right, Chantel? Whatever it takes to get them into the ovens. So, same bullshit. This is something that's shared amongst locals. All locals think like this. They always go to that same argument before anything else. Because it's easy and it's relatable. Because when you speak on things like that, that's usually what's on your mind. And you just automatically assume everybody believes the exact same thing. Or everybody else is thinking the exact same way.
Junk over it with their own viewers, where my content gives them content. And look at my content. Is it toxic? And this is what I will say too. Because I'm going to stop talking about this in a second. But I got to get this off my chest. And again, I hope that Craig and the side-scrollers people are watching this.
Well, once you get that off your chest, hopefully you decide to put a bra on, because Jesus Christ, Phil. Just saying. You know, we can have a problem with a fucking fridge talking dirty to us and shit, but you can't put a bra on? That's unfortunate. That's a shame. That's shameful. That is shameful.
If you want to know the truth about me and my content, watch some of it. And I don't mean watch the Detractor montage, watch this guy who only critiques the negative things or whatever. And it doesn't have to be a long segment.
Do fuck you something positive. Do something positive. You don't even know what that is. Because positivity to you is anything that can generate $1 for you. Let me give you an example. I want you to go... Oh, I wish I may have said that. Fuck it. I would have loved, hypothetical, I would have loved for Stuttering Craig to address Phil on, hey, remember all these years ago when you said you wanted to hold this charity event? You know? But you never told us what the charity was. You never told us who these other YouTubers or streamers or whoever was going to come on there and help you do it. But you said that you couldn't do the event because you lost your popularity and it wasn't going to be a good look for you. What charity was that going to be? What was the charity going to be for? What were you raising the money for, Phil? And then I want somebody to combo the ice bucket challenge onto that question. Because my theory, Phil, as it pertains to your initial quote-unquote charity, is you were trying to raise that money for yourself. I think that's what you were trying to do. I think you were trying to do a charity fundraiser, whatever, for yourself, under the guise that you were raising it for some type of charity. That's why you won't say what the charity is, even though there's a bunch of them you can think of off the top of your head. And that's why you won't tell us who the people that you were going to try to invite on. Because either those people don't exist, or those are some of your cronies, and the charity was going to be for yourself. And I think that's the reason why you got pissed off at that ice bucket challenge thing. I think you really got mad at that shit, and you looked immediately at something that was for charity, that was bringing awareness to this disease. And you looked at it as, oh, people are only doing it for clout. That's all they do it for. They don't do it for anything else. It's popular, so that's why they did it. And yet, and they're all scumbags and they're all pieces of shit because they're doing it. John did it. But see, you never talked about that, though. You never talked about the fact that John did it. You just wanted to shit on everybody else. Some of your favorite wrestlers did it, Phil. We won't talk about that either, really. Just talk about all the other content creators who did it for clout. Oh, I wish someone would have brought that up. Oh, c'est la vie, c'est la vie.
Play game for, a live stream that I'm doing of a game for an hour. Whether it's I would recommend a late night chill stream only because the late night streams that I do are more relaxed. I have a lot more interaction with my smaller audience. On the late streams, the daytime streams typically end up being a lot more focused on the game, especially because I play a lot of new releases on the earlier streams. But I would say the late night streams are the best ones. And I'm not saying you have to sit here and watch it for 2-3 for straight hours. Sit down for 20 minutes and just watch how the stream goes, watch the interactions, and then judging on that, make some judgments for yourself. And if you feel that, I'm a terrible person, I'm a terrible gamer, I'm a scammer, I'm a loser, I'm this, I'm that, whatever it is, go right ahead and make that judgment. It's your right to have your own subjective take on whatever. The problem is there's no objectivity on the internet about me. It's literally all take the selective moments that make him look bad, turn that into what we say about him, push that out as a dramatic narrative, profit. And this has been for 10...
Check the Pignosis on this shit. So, if you want to know about me and my content, come to one of my streams or watch my content. If you don't like it, if you think I'm just an e-beggar, if you think I'm a piece of garbage, if you think all these different things, you have the right to do so. You have the right to feel any type of way negatively that you want to feel about my content and how it's presented or how I do it or whatever the case may be. But know this, if you decide to go about it that way, know that no one ever gives me a fair shake, no one ever gives me a chance, and everybody just constantly is throwing more basically dirt on my fucking grave and shit if they speak about it in such a way. So basically, you can have an opinion about me, a negative opinion about me, but know that if you decide to go and make content, or if you decide to support the current negative, fucking hey, what's the word I'm looking for? Consensus on me, I guess, or opinion that's on me. You're just throwing more fuel on the fire. Just know that. So you want them to come and watch the content. If the content turns out to be what everybody says it's going to be, don't say nothing, because it's just going to make me continue to look bad and no one will ever give me a chance. You really think someone's going to fall for that? Yikes!
Years that I've had to put up with this in my life. I've seen my whole personal life get turned upside down because of it. You know, things fall apart. Friendships, relationships. I can't even network with people. I can't even do co-streams with other people. I can't have co-op partners.
No, you chose to do that. You chose to put yourself in that bubble. You chose yourself to put yourself in that fucking box. You chose to put yourself on that fucking island. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm like, you're not gonna sit there and put that on anybody when you put yourself there. Eat a dick. Eat 100 dicks for that. Fuck you. You're the one who put yourself in that situation. There have been people in your fucking audience. People in your fucking audience who have been willing to pay you just so they can do co-op with you. No, I don't want to do that. No. And the reason why that is, just in case for some of you who don't know, he knows that you guys are dense, just like fucking Derek, and he doesn't want to fucking be embarrassed. Because the last time someone came up there with a slight speech impediment, Jesus Christ, I'm going to throw sympathy in a minute. Fuck. It's true, though, so I kind of have to. The last time that he invited someone on in a multiplayer event, there was like 3 or 4 of them. One of them in particular stands out. The kid, he had a speech impediment. You could tell he was a little slow on the draw. And he was really trying to get his frustration out on how upset he was at how people treat Darksydephil, right? And DSP and those other 2 fucking Nimrods sat there and laughed at that kid and whatnot, and were amused on how this kid was struggling to get his opinion out. Now, first off and foremost, I'm not asking any of you to sympathize with what I'm saying. I've said some vile shit about those people over there, and I won't hide that. So I'm not asking for any sympathy on my part or being like, oh, well, that's good of you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Give that to one of these other fucking detractors out here who want to be sympathetic to those people. Not me. I'm doing it just to set the stage so you can understand where I'm coming from. DSP didn't want or doesn't want to do fucking co-op streams with people because he doesn't want people to see what his audience really is like. That's the first thing. The second thing is he doesn't want to be outshined by anybody. That's his other problem. He don't want to be outshined by anybody. We saw that a couple of times on Twitch too. where people who he brought in 2 people in, they were way more amusing, they were way more funny, they were way more easygoing, and they were making DSP look like a piece of garbage. That's what it comes down to. He doesn't want to be outshined, and he doesn't want to be exposed. He doesn't want his audience to be completely looked at as fucking rejects and as something that is a clear reflection of who he is. That's what it is. So no, it isn't because the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics fuck with you so much and you don't feel safe and that's why whatever. You put those stipulations on yourself and on your audience on purpose because it benefited you.
People have gotten harassed because of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's really to a situation where I can't even do normal things. People say, why don't you have good patron goals? I can't even do patron goals. If I do them, people have threatened to get my Patreon shut down. You know what I mean? Like, it's all this stuff. It's like, if
his Patreon was going to get shut down, someone would have figured out how to do it by now. The reason why he doesn't have good Patreon goals is because 1, he's not creative to come up with them. 2, the goals that were created for him to implement require him to actually do something. And 3, and most importantly, he shouldn't have to, in his words, not mine, he shouldn't have to jump through hoops to get you guys to support the content that you supposedly already love. Why would you expect him to do more if you already love the content? That's why he doesn't have good Patreon goals. That's why he doesn't have good goals in general.
It's crazy what it's come into. So if I'm going to show up on the show, I do need to buy in that everything's going to be safe. Not that I go on the show and this is the shooting gallery for my haters to come and they're going to be posting every disgusting, toxic, personal thing in the chat that has nothing to do with anything of relevance just to hurt us. You know what I'm saying? That has to not be allowed. Okay, that's number 1. All right, and number 2, you know, I hate the fact that it's going to have to be an interrogation of me. I would rather have it be, let's talk about me for an hour. Ask me whatever you want. I'll answer to the best of my ability. No, I'm not going to reveal legal records, financial records. I'm not going to open up my accounts and put myself to public exposure because that's exactly the reason my detractors want me to go on a show. They want me to say, Phil, open up everything possible. Because here's the thing, because they either win or they win. Here's why they want that. Reason number 1, if I open up all my financials and I open up my phone and I open up my accounts and I show you things, maybe there's evidence, something there, that something they've said, all the horrendous things they've said about me, maybe one of them was true. And if they even get that 1 out of 1 million is correct, they've been right 100% all along. They've been justified in all the hatred and vitriol they've tossed at me during the years. That's what they're looking for. Okay? That's what they're looking for. Or the flip side of this. Let's say, for example, nothing happens. There's nothing there because I'm telling the truth. What they will do is take the information now that they have and they will harass me with it. And I will tell a story. I would like to tell a story on the show. I've told it here many times recently, and I'll just say the car repair story. That's all I'll say. And I'll tell that story on the show.
I mean, go ahead and tell it all you want. What are you gonna? Okay, a bunch of people called around, found out the mechanic shop that ripped your ass off. By the way, they found out where the mechanic shop was at, and they got a copy of the shit. Okay. Hey Phil, are you gonna explain to them how you got fucking finessed the way you did at that shop? Anybody who knew anything about cars would have been able to easily get that shit debated. They could have easily negotiated that shit down. They could have easily have cleared some of this shit up. Because you were entitled to a couple things on there too that you didn't go for because you don't know shit about shit. And so the very story that you're hoping that's going to get you even more sympathy and try to tarnish this reputation of your ops, if people really take a look at that shit, anybody who's at least somewhat savvy is going to be like, well, why'd you pay for this? Why'd you pay for that? Why'd you let them overcharge you on that? So now you're going to open up a whole new can of worms that people can take clips of and laugh about on, oh, look at how much of a dent DSP is. You don't know shit about cars because he's stuck in his house all day like a fucking hermit. You're an idiot. Remember, Phil, either they win or they win.
Yeah, my perspective better on that show, okay? So, as of right now, as long as there is buy-in,
and that situation I just described as it pertains to the the situation with the mechanic, is in a lot of ways mirrors to the escort saga. Same type of concept, except for there was no Kimberly. I need to do a video on that. Instead of there being Kimberly, there was Catherine. He paid for Catherine to fly back and forth. He bought her a bunch of stuff while she was here, and whatever the case may be, he off of tax money, by the way. Same concept. You drop the escort and you put her in place, then what? And that's what he's scared of. I would think he probably doesn't want to talk anything about that escort saga. Hence the reason why we disguise the escort saga with, doxing or any personal information. Hey, Phil, how'd you meet your wife? Oh, I don't want to talk about that. Why wouldn't you want to talk about that, Phil? That's one of the best moments that people have in their life on how they met their spouse, how they met their soulmate, the people that they went on to marry and want to spend the rest of their life with. You can't talk about that? Okay. Oh, okay.
Guys, I would appear on the show probably around mid-March. We're still working out the details. I'm still trying to work to see if my setup will work with their streaming stuff that they do. And I guess what it's going to end up being is, it's going to be like an hour of me just answering questions to a new audience. I mean, yes, all my detractors will be there, but there's a new audience too to kind of learn about me for the first time and to honestly try to answer these questions to the best of my ability. You know, and be truthful and honest, but not also be so ridiculous. That's the thing. This is not Phil's going to open up his personal life to everyone, and now he ruins it because he inadvertently revealed stuff, and now people will not stop harassing him. I've been through it. I've been through identity theft already. I can't go through it again. It really hurt. People, dude, I swear, people think I'm making shit up, man. It hurts. 2 years ago. Again, I was in a situation, I'm sorry, man, I'm getting emotional, but 2 years ago, I was in a situation where I was almost good to go again. I was almost to the point where after all of this stuff going down, I was like, wow, financially, I'm in a good position. If things keep going the way they're going, there's a light at the end of this tunnel.
How retarded are you? How the fuck 2 years ago, you were in a good position financially if things keep going the way they're going? Think about that sentence. I was in a good position financially if things keep going the way they're going. That means you weren't in a good financial situation. What kind of tard shit is that? You weren't in a good position. You weren't even close. You were codependent on a situation based on the criterias of that situation. Translation: as long as I can keep having my way with you idiots financially, then I might be in a good spot. But here's the problem. That can't exist because the better your positioning becomes financially, the less reason you have to beg. And if you're going to keep the quote-unquote dent gravy train going, there we go. If you want that to keep going, you have to keep feigning distress. So you weren't in a good position. Matter of fact, Phil, fuck you. You were in a bad position back when you were on Twitch. You said you weren't getting enough money, you weren't getting enough support, and you constantly needed help. This is the same person who had 900 plus gifted subs on Twitch at that time. And you were still complaining each and every day about money and about tip goals and all that bullshit. So how the fuck were you in a good position 2 years ago? Matter of fact, nah, you're going to bring that back. Unlike your wife, you're going to take all this. Here we go.
They will harass me with it. And I will tell a story. I would like to tell a story on the show. I've told it here many times recently. And I'll just say the car repair story. That's all I'll say. And I'll tell that story on the show so people can maybe understand my perspective better on that show, okay? So, as of right now, as long as there is buy-in from the SideScrollers guys, I would appear on the show probably around mid-March. We're still working out the details. I'm still trying to work to see if my setup will work with their streaming stuff that they do. And I guess what it's going to end up being is, it's going to be like an hour of me just answering questions to a new audience. I mean, yes, all my detractors will be there, but there's a new audience too to kind of learn about me for the first time and to honestly try to answer these questions to the best of my ability. You know, and be truthful and honest, but not also be so ridiculous. That's the thing. This is not Phil's going to open up his personal life to everyone, and now he ruins it because he inadvertently revealed stuff, and now people will not stop harassing him. I've been through it. I've been through identity theft.
How is it that when you talk about new people watching your content, why does it sound like to me? It comes off to me, I should say, like you're stalking new victims. I mean, I've used this analogy before where he needs new blood. right? Because he's like the gouty vampire and shit. Big ups to Paul. It's like that. It's definitely like that. But the more he speaks on it, especially now that I think about it over the years, it sounds like he's just searching for victims. What makes this idiot right here is literally the gouty version of the Green River fucking killer, BTK, fucking Ted Bundy, but he's not nearly as smart or as charismatic as Ted Bundy. We'll stick with those two. Gary Ridgway and fucking Dennis Rader. We'll just stick with those two. Green River and BTK. He's just someone that's cruising around for victims. Like digital in Minecraft. He's just cruising around for fucking victims and shit. That's all he is. He doesn't even talk about these people with like they're people. They are things to be manipulated and to be maneuvered and then to be cast off when he's done with them. I don't know. Just don't sit right. It don't sound right when he says that shit. It really don't.
Already. I can't go through it again. It really hurt. People, dude, I swear, people think I'm making shit up, man. It hurts. 2 years ago. Again, I was in a situation, I'm sorry, man, I'm getting emotional, but 2 years ago, I was in a situation where I was almost good to go again. I was almost to the point where after all of this stuff going down, I was like, wow, financially, I'm in a good position. If things keep going the way they're going, there's a light at the end of this tunnel. All right? I said that many times on my streams. There's finally, with all these financial problems I've had going through bankruptcy, there's a light at the end of this tunnel. Things are going to go good. What happened? My detractors harassed Twitch to the point where they kicked me out of the partner program for literally doing nothing. I did nothing to warrant it. Then they committed identity theft, hacked accounts, and I lost tons of money. I lost money, thousands.
First off, I've already gone over that part. I'm almost good. Get out of here with that bullshit. Get out of here with that bullshit. Holy shit. As it pertains to Twitch, they harassed Twitch to get you kicked off. You were abusing your fucking audience plus the 24-hour embargo. There was a bunch of things they could have hit you for. You got what you got. You got away with it for a long time, so you thought you were okay to do it. Going back to the whole fucking serial killer in Minecraft type shit. So there's that. You got away with something for a very long time, and then you finally got caught, and you couldn't weasel your way out of it. You couldn't throw yourself upon the mercy of Twitch. You'd be like, oh, I didn't know, or I didn't understand the terms of the contract, or whatever. Please give me another chance, which is what he wanted. And he really thought he was going to weasel his way out, and that's something he's always done. That's something that he's always done. And then this idiot just told you just a second ago, oh, I was almost good. I've told you this many times on my streams that I'm almost good. I'm almost okay as long as things keep going the way they're going. Does that sound stable to you? That's the problem with crowdfunding. You're basing your income, your way of life, and your business in general on people. On people who have their own things. They have their own agendas. They have their own problems. They have their own lives. But DSP don't care about that. As long as he gets what he gets, he doesn't give a fuck about none of you. And then this is where the new blood situation comes into play. If you can't provide, then you're done. You're gone. And bring somebody else in. And hook them up to the pump. That's what I'm saying. He don't look at these people as people. He looks at them as a means to an end. And that's why he doesn't want to collab with them. That's the reason why he doesn't want to do multiplayer with them or whatever. He doesn't want to put an actual voice to the bunch of these faceless people online. The further he can keep, the further he can separate himself from them or compartmentalize, if you will, the easier it is to take advantage of them. If you refer to people as a thing and not a person, it's easier for you not to get connected. They have a job, they have an obligation, they have a purpose. Do it. And the moment that they can't do it, you can cut them off. That's why he doesn't want to shout nobody out. That's why he doesn't want to give credit to nobody. He's the head of the factory. He's the captain of the ship. Everybody else is interchangeable. Anybody else can be replaced at any given time.
$1. right? And it's like, oh, but that's fine because it's Phil. Oh, that's fine because it's me. Oh, I see.
And on top of that, let's go back to this. I've lost, because of identity theft, I lost thousands upon thousands of dollars. Hold on a second.
Financial problems I've had going through bankruptcy. There's a light at the end of this tunnel. Things are going to go good. What happened? My detractors harassed Twitch to the point where they kicked me out of the partner program for literally doing nothing. I did nothing to warrant it. Then they committed identity theft, hacked accounts, and I lost tons of money. I lost money, thousands.
Sorry, I actually already had that on. Now, I want you to take this into account. Give me a level of solace on this. This idiot basically is claiming that he had $9,000 taken over 3 months removed from his account and he didn't notice. Let's reword that. Let's remix that. This idiot had $3,000 a month taken from him for 3 straight months, equaling $9 grand, and he didn't realize it happened. He had no clue. This is someone who's constantly looking at his bank account to know what he can spend and what he doesn't. This is someone who begs daily, especially leading up to his days off, saying, hey, I need this money so I can, have a nice day off with my wife. Me and my wife do not cook at all on our day off. So we get food all that day. So I need to make sure I have enough money for groceries, Jasper supplies, and to cover the meals for me and my wife on our day off. How the fuck do you not notice that there's $3 grand missing from your account? And why the fuck don't you have account alerts or anything else like normal people do to prevent shit like this? So wait a second. How the fuck are you saying? Are you crying poor? But you were sitting on $3 grand. No, you were sitting on $9 grand. Which is weird. Excuse me. Which is weird because either did you have $9 grand at the beginning of the month or at the beginning of that first month, and it just got chiseled down over 3 months, or did you have $9 grand, or were you trying to accumulate $9 grand over 3 months, and then all of a sudden it just pops up missing? Which one is it? What I'm saying is, did he have the money at the very beginning, or was someone donating the money to him each and every month, and it just ended up disappearing, or it ended up getting removed from his account right around the time he was expecting it? On top of that, if you're missing that much money, why aren't you reporting this to your bank? Why did it take 3 months to notice that? Most people can miss $10, $15 and immediately want to say something about that shit. Not on the stream. I mean, report that to the bank. He didn't report it until all of his information actually came out. So now you got all these different circumstances where it don't make sense. Did you have the $9 grand up front? Were you trying to save up $9 grand and it got stolen from you? And if so, how the fuck are you crying broke when you allegedly have $9 grand, or you knew you had $9 grand coming in? And how do you get fucked over for $3,000 for 3 straight months and not say a thing? How did you not approach that? Like, how did you not go to your bank and say something about that, or call them on the phone, or email them, or whatever? Like, none of that makes sense. And then if you're sitting on $9,000, right? How the fuck are you crying broke on stream every goddamn day? Like, there's all kinds of different ways you can go about that shit. None of it really makes sense. Like, one, because the way I'm explaining it isn't great. I can admit that. But two, it doesn't make sense that he's sitting on $9 grand, but he's telling these people every day for those same 3 months that he's poor, or that he's broke. He doesn't want to be referred to as poor. He wants to be referred to as broke. It's not a way of life. It's a circumstance that he's in. Even though, theoretically, that's the same thing. Anyway, he's not smart enough for that. How do you explain that? And he never really can. He never really could. And because it didn't happen. He got exposed for his shitty fucking habits, for his shitty spending habits, and he had to come up with a story fast, not even thinking it through.
Thousands of dollars, right? And it's like, oh, but that's fine because it's Phil. Oh, that's fine because it's me. Oh, I see. Only because it's me. And then, well, I don't understand. Why does Phil have to keep asking for contributions from his audience? That's fucking why. Because you scumbags ruin my life over and over. That's why. If you would leave me alone for 1 year, things would likely level out and be fine. But you guys keep creating the problem. Why? So that you can then make more content about it. That's why. It's this endless cycle. Create the problems for Phil, see the misery, cover the misery, profit. It's an endless cycle. And I've had enough of it, man. It has to end at some point. But, you know, for now, I try to do my best to ignore it. I try to do my best to just push forward positively here on my own channels.
I'm sorry. I need him to cry for me again. I need to make sure I'm catching all that. I should be good. I need all that. I need all that. Okay, so the reason why you beg is because people online make fun of you for begging. Despite the fact that you've been begging your entire career. Quote unquote. You've been begging for tips. You were begging for your Patreon. You were begging for people to donate to your PayPal. And you would shout them out. Remember? $10, $15, $20. I'll give you a shout out because I really appreciate it. Because what I do is not cheap what I do. It's really expensive. I got to buy a lot of games. I got to buy a lot of things. And, you know, it costs a lot. I can't really afford all of it if you guys don't help out. So we were begging for Patreon. Or not Patreon, for PayPal. Then we started begging for views. Right? And for people to click ads. Right? And then we were starting to beg people to donate and to gift subs over there on Twitch. And all the other different avenues that people had to give money. Actually, you couldn't gift. I don't think you could gift subs yet. But he would beg people to contribute over there on Twitch. He does the same thing on YouTube now. He's begged his entire career. If it wasn't actual money, if it wasn't games or game codes, it was for views and clicks on the ads. He's begged his entire career. And isn't this the same person who says, I don't beg? It's advertising. It's business. It's promotion. But now all of a sudden it's these people's fault that he's forced to do all these things. Just like how it's these people's fault that he couldn't get endorsements or sponsorships, despite the fact that he calls people who have sponsorships and endorsements shills and sellouts. Huh.
Try to do my best to ignore it. I try to do my best to just push forward positively here on my own channels and make content for my audience that likes me for who I am and what I do. And they, you know, again, everyone can make their own subjective choices and their own subjective judgments about me. But, you know, at the end of the day, I have a fan base who likes me and likes my content and want to support it. And I'm happy for that. I'm happy that I have a very good home life, okay, outside of this that I don't share with you guys. So, and I lost tons of money. I lost money, thousands of dollars, right? And it's like, oh, but that's fine because it's Phil. Oh, that's fine because it's me. Oh, I see. Only because it's me. And then, well, I don't understand. Why does Phil have to keep asking for contributions from his audience? That's fucking why. Because you scumbags ruin my life over and over. That's why. If you would leave me alone for 1 year, things would likely level out and be fine. But you guys keep creating the problem. Why? So that you can then make more content about it. That's why. It's this endless cycle. Create the problems for Phil, see the misery, cover the misery, profit.
You know, Phil, I think back to this Marvel 2 match that I saw. Where one of the guys in the background said, after you got beat down for your fucking money match money. I remember distinctly a gentleman saying in the background, in the crowd, a better man would know when to quit. Gotta be honest with you, Phil. This sounds like one of those moments. If your life could be affected so easily. Excuse me. I'm sitting here eating nerds. Well, actually, I am eating these nerd gummy clusters. Shits are fan-fucking-tastic. That's all I gotta say about that. They're fucking fantastic. Anyway, if you, a better man would have probably known when to quit. I gotta tell you. I gotta tell you, if it's so easy to influence your life in one way or another, maybe going off and actually getting a real job that adds a little bit more stability is an actual thing. And I get it. I understand. He's been out of the workforce too goddamn long. He'll never make as much money as he's making doing anything else but begging. I know. I'm just saying, from a stability standpoint, though, he might be better off. It'll probably be less money in the short term, but he may be better off in the long term. Oh, well, that's just wishful thinking.
Endless cycle. And I've had enough of it, man. It has to end at some point. But, you know, for now, I try to do my best to ignore it. I try to do my best to just push forward positively here on my own channels and make content for my audience that likes me for who I am and what I do. And they, you know, again, everyone can make their own subjective choices and their own subjective judgments about me. But, you know, at the end of the day, I have a fan base who likes me and likes my content and want to support it. And I'm happy for that. I'm happy that I have a very good home life, okay, outside of this that I don't share with you guys. So that's the point, is that if I appear on the show, I want it to be a fair and honest discussion. Ask me whatever the hell you want. I don't care. Ask me any question. I will answer to the best of my ability, but at the same time, I can't do what they want. They want me to put myself in giant situations of risk that will ruin my life, where I've already had parts of my life messed up and ruined because of them. They want that again, or they want it even worse. That's their aim.
What kind of weird ass doublespeak is this? Just be honest and say, you can ask me whatever question you want, but I'm not going to be able to answer everything. I'm just not. Just say it just like that, instead of going into this extra diatribe about how your life has already been torn up multiple times. It's going to get torn up even more and whatnot, and not even explain why. Hey, Phil, have you lied to these people before? Have you lied to your audience? Oh, no, we're not going to bring that up. He's not going to bring it up anyway. He's not going to actually admit to the very faults that led him to the situation that he's in. Just don't ask me anything about the situation itself. Jesus Christ. The mental gymnastics are fucking fantastic.
Then everything was proven. I was innocent of every single thing, which, by the way, that's never going to happen. Of course, I've made mistakes. Of course, there have been little white lies. Of course, there's been these things over the years that have happened. It's called human nature, right? I'm not perfect. I'm not flawless. I've made mistakes and done horrible things. But at the same time, is it grounds to try to ruin me constantly?
I mean, you were okay with other people making mistakes or what you perceive to be mistakes, and them to be fucking trashed and thrown into the ether, sent to the fucking shadow realm for it. And it's human nature to just go around lying to people about dumb shit like, oh, if you guys don't give me money today, I'm going to be broke, or I'm not going to be able to afford groceries, I'm not going to be able to pay my taxes, I'm going to lose my house. Those are fucking white lies, Phil? What kind of sicko are you? What kind of sick piece of shit are you to sit here and lie and say, if you guys don't give me, if we don't hit this goal, I'm going to lose my house? That sounds like a white lie to you? Okay.
You're on my channel, and I can't even appear on a podcast because here comes the harassment to them. You know what I'm saying? So let's see how it goes. Right now, again, we're hashing out the details. Again, I give them permission if they wanted to play this clip, 30-minute clip, or even highlight it. It's up to them if they want to play it on the show or not. I'm cool with that. I'm actually looking forward to it. Now, here's the thing, and I do want to publicly apologize to the two people who I've been talking with over the last 4 months about possibly doing like a full-length kind of documentary style thing about me and having my input. This is not what this is, nor was this ever intending to be this. I never thought being invited on a SideScrollers podcast, and then all of a sudden, now it's an interview. I didn't even expect that. I didn't think that's what it was going to be. And I kind of feel bad because these are two people who I've talked with for months.
You kind of feel bad? You dragged these people along for 4 fucking months. You probably kept telling them, oh, I want to do it, but this is what I want, this is what we can do, this is what we can't do, whatever. And then you kept giving them the runaround about how you were so fucking busy with all your gameplay and all your other little bullshit that you're not going to have time for do it now. Maybe in a few months, we'll see what happens when we get into the slower periods, this, that, and the third. And then you immediately hop ship over the fucking SideScrollers and leave those guys in the dust. You had burned 4 fucking months of those people's time up. just so you could take the easy way out. And that's why he can't look at the camera. That's why he has to look up and off to the fucking side and shit. Because he knows he ain't fucked those people over. He knows he ain't wasted both of those people's time just so he could get something better, something easier. And that's why you should never do something for this piece of shit. That's why the next time he goes re, and he cries broke and he says he might lose his house or whatever, laugh and move the fuck on. Because he doesn't value your time or your money or anything else any more than anybody else.
Really good people who wanted to cover me fairly, not to say that they were ever going to pull any punches. And I think one day we are going to do that. There's going to be that kind of a thing on the internet that will be a fair shake of Phil. Right now, I'm not ready for that. But at least this interview will be something where they want to ask questions, go for it, man. You know,
you're not ready for that, but you still strung them along for 4 months? Think about that. 1/3 of a year, he strung these people along, knowing damn well that he was going to wait for whatever the easy thing that was coming about, and he was going to jump to that. That's fucked up. That's really, really messed up that you would waste people's time like that.
And go from there. But again, yeah, some people might say, well, that's kind of messed up, Phil. You talking for months, you were going to do it. You even said you were talking with people. Now you're doing it with side-scrollers. It wasn't supposed to be this way. It's supposed to happen like this. It was supposed to be... I
like that nice little chuckle he threw in, too, like he gave a fuck. It doesn't matter that it was supposed to be this way. You were already in a commitment with somebody else or with other people. Like I said, he's a parasite. He's cancer. The guy's fucking cancer. He's a fucking parasite. Never did anything in his life that was worth a damn, and he never will. People are meant to be used and discarded. That's the Philip Burnell way.
I was going to do it with someone who was going to do a bigger style project, and now it's kind of just turned into, well, let's do a quick interview, right? So I guess we'll see how it goes. All right. So anyway, that's where it is as of now. I'm sure now there's going to be a million questions. People are going to, actually people contributing. They're going to ask me questions about it. That's fine. I'll answer questions. Now, that's the end of this segment. Thanks for watching. Crew of Side, or if it's just Craig watching this, or Crew of SideScrollers, whoever watched. Thanks, and we'll see what happens. There you go. Okay. So, that's that. That is that. Okay? Again, I'll let you guys know when I have more details about this. You know, to actually concretely announce. I'm sure I'll be talking with Craig and crew in the next week or two to hammer it in. Their show is early, just so you guys know. Their show is early because they're broadcasting 9 to 11 a.m. Central Time. So that's like, wait, no, that's not true. It's 9 to 11 a.m. my time. It's 11 to 1 p.m. Central Time. It's basically, it's a 2-hour time difference. So they start their show 9 in the morning my time. So the way that I was approaching it was that I was going to have a day.
We'll keep going, but let's get past this. This is actually fruitless. There's nothing to value to this. But I would say this. For anybody who was on SideScrollers who actually saw this to that end, to where I'd like to know what they think about how he's been talking to 2 different people for 4 fucking months to try to rehab essentially his fucking image, and he immediately threw those people to the side just so they can go on a podcast with you. On top of that, this idiot right here, how do you feel that he's so lazy and he's so inept? Instead of trying to fix his reputation, he would rather go and take the easy way out and hope that someone else is going to do it, which essentially I'm asking you the same question twice, but you get my drift. How do you feel about that? How do you feel to be used, essentially? He strung people along for 4 fucking months. Oh, I got you guys now. You guys look like an easier victim, so fuck them. And now I'm going to drain as much blood out of you. And the moment that you're nothing more than a huss, or you're not useful to me anymore, or there's too much pushback on your show, I'll discard you, and then I'll go back over to those guys, feed them some bullshit sob story, and then I'll get that shit drummed back up again. Or more importantly, how would SideScroll feel if an even bigger content creator popped up and offered DSP an interview on the same day, and he told Stuttering Craig, "Oh well, sorry, I got to go ahead and do this. I wasn't expecting it. It just popped up." I have to do this, man. I don't get too many opportunities like this anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'll let you guys know, when I need you. I mean, when we can actually collaborate on something. I'll let you know. Because if he would do it to those two guys, he'll definitely do it to you. So how does that make you feel?
Where I get up early, I'm on their show for a couple of hours, then we come over to my stream and we do a decompression stream where basically you guys, we just talk for a couple hours, and then if we want to do some gameplay, we can, but I figured it would be more, I'm off the show now, let's talk about how it went and everything. You know what I mean? That's what I was thinking. But, we'll see. It would have to be a little different shuffling around on my own schedule and everything, too. Okay? So, all right, guys, that's it. That's what I have. So now we're going to do shout-outs. I know this podcast is going to go long because I had to talk about it. All right? Let's go ahead and let's do some shout-outs. All right? 2 last names. Became a 3-month member. He says, why not just ask Craig not to do that? I assume what you're saying is why not ask Craig to not ask me questions? Because I don't think it's possible. Imagine this.
Because it feeds right back into the situation with the quartering about being given softball questions and told that things are off limit, even though theoretically DSP has already done that here anyway. It makes DSP look weak and it kills the validity of the podcast. He's not doing it to try to help Craig or help the side scrollers. He's doing what he's trying to do to try to benefit himself and make himself look in the best light possible. He doesn't want to appear like a coward. And as I said before, that's the reason why this whole thing is existing the way it is, and it's the reason why he hasn't pulled out yet. He needs this to go off. He needs this to happen because he thinks it'll make him look more appealing to other people of prominence when it comes to podcasts later on down the line. He has to. It goes back to what I've always said. He kind of needs to bleed a little bit if he's going to pull this thing off, and this is his attempt of doing so, even though he's really not.
I'm going to do a podcast, and on that podcast, I'm going to get a controversial person. Who will be considered controversial in the last few years? I don't know. All right. How about this? Andrew Tate, which I don't even know the guy from a dirty shoe. I really don't. I don't know anything about the guy except he's very controversial on the internet with the things he says, and he just got arrested, right? So now imagine he gets out of jail. It's announced he's going to be on a podcast. All right. So he gets on the podcast and literally the entire podcast, no one talks about any of that. No one talks about his controversial takes on the internet. No one talks about him being arrested. No one talks about any of it. It's just, let's talk about news. And we're covering news articles with him in it. Like, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I'm sure it could probably still be a good show, but there's elephants in the room, that won't shut up. It's just like playing Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Hyper Fighting, the elephant, the India stage, Dalsim stage. It was like, so Andrew Tate's on the podcast. Shut up back there, you stupid elephants. In fact, now that would be cool on the SideScrollers show if they had that elephant sound effect and they play that during the show. That would be funny. To play the elephant in the room, the intrusive India elephants won't shut up. That would be great.
If that's so funny, why don't you go on YouTube, find the sound clip for it, and then integrate it into your own setup? Oh, that's too much work? Okay, I got you. I roger that.
Okay. Anyway, so you see my point. If anyone's going to even do anything with me, it's kind of like they have to at least make an effort. And the thing is, let's be honest, I don't do interviews. I don't. I have answered every question right here on my show. Every question about all of the drama, literally every topic, has been addressed on this podcast, on a stream. It's all been addressed. 1,000,000%. The problem is people don't like the answers because the answers are the truth and people don't want the truth. They want,
you can't prove it. It's funny how you demand proof from everybody else about everything, but you can't prove anything yourself. So your word's no better than mine. Your word's no better than anybody else. And that's the thing that he keeps wrestling with. He doesn't like the fact that his word carries no weight, even when it's concerning his own life. But he's lied so much online, and he's had so many conflicting stories that it's pegged him as a liar. And he don't want to address it. He don't want to concede to it.
Phil to make him look bad so we can continue with our serious situation of negativity and drama. So when someone says, hey, you know, what's going on with this? And I answer honestly, they don't like that, so they ignore it. Oh, that's not true. He just, you know, it's not true. It's a lie. So you see what I'm saying? There's nothing that anyone could ask me. There's literally nothing that anyone could possibly ask me. Okay? Nothing. At all. That I haven't already answered. I've been asked everything. Really. I've been asked there's nothing, there's literally no risk. There's none. The risk is if I start showing specifics that could hurt me.
So there's no risk. Oh, well, there is risk if I show you guys evidence. Okay.
That's it. It's as they say, the devil is in the details. Showing you an actual bank account, showing you, transactional history, showing you accounts on my phone, login stuff. That's where the risk is, because that's the end of everything. Because if everyone gets a piece of that information, that they will do whatever they can, to hurt.
Most of that information, by the way, is already out there. So keep that in mind.
I need to avoid that. So answering questions, I've never been afraid to answer any questions. And then again, it's your own judgment. Be subjective. Trust me or not. I can't make you trust me. All you can do is, all right. Now, here, and really, when you put it into real perspective, okay, what's the big deal if you trust me or not? If you like me, come watch the content. If you don't like me, don't. Right? But that's the problem, is people.
But liking somebody and trusting someone are two separate things. That's the thing. That's really a thing, which is a real sick thing that he tried to say. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of people that you may not necessarily like, or you may not be cool with, or you may not be whatever. But like, if you guys are at work, for example, and you guys have like a project or whatever, I have to trust you to some extent to be able to get this done. I may not like you. You may not be my first choice. I may not like you over some dumb shit like, fuck your team and all that bullshit. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's not even me not liking you. It's just I think you have a lousy choice in teams. But I still got to be able to trust you. Liking someone and trusting someone are two separate things. You're on the worst end of that spectrum, that no one likes you and no one trusts you. Because even the dents over there don't really trust you, and they probably don't even really like you. They've just committed so much time over there that they're too scared to start over and do something else.
Level of harassment. It's not, I don't like him, so I won't watch him because I don't trust him. Right? Instead, it's, I don't trust him, so I hate him, and now I destroy him and everything around him. Like, where did that mentality come from? I don't know.
Hell, actually, let me give you some insight on this real fast, dude. I trust Phil. I trust Phil to be Phil. I trust Darksydephil, DSP, Phil Burnell, Darkside Karen, Darkside Pill. I trust him to lie to you. There's a lie behind every snort. He holds resentment for anybody and everybody who's ever been successful, or who have ever mocked him, or who's ever had an opinion of him that didn't work to his benefit. I trust that his relationship with Catherine is a fraud. It's a marriage of convenience. It always was. I trust that that cat was Jasper was probably declawed. I trust that DSP is waiting for his parents to die so he can collect his inheritance. I trust that DSP doesn't miss anything about Connecticut except for John. Howard was just a means to an end. I trust that he probably misses Panda a little bit. I trust that DSP is very, very scared of getting old because he has nothing to show for it. I trust that the first chance DSP can get to slither his way back, as the gouty viper he is, to slither his way back into the FGC, he will. If he can just get someone to co-sign to him, someone with a reputative reputation to co-sign to him, he'll go for it. And up until that Maturino situation, Arturo fit that mold. Until the Maturino shit. Then shit went fucking south. Shit went left. So trust me, I have trust in Phil. I trust Phil to be Phil.
Internet. You can't do that shit in real life. You can only do that shit on the internet. Just so happens, my business is on the internet.
talk that tough shit online, dude. You did the exact same thing, and look how you got pressed in real life. So don't sit there and say, oh, you can talk all that shit you want because it's on the internet. You wouldn't do that shit in real life. You wouldn't either. You wouldn't either. There's already been someone who's ran up in your sister-in-law. There's a couple of people who wanted to run up on you, but the people talked them down off that ledge, so to speak, and say that it wasn't the case. And more importantly, you're the asshole that doesn't want to leave your house but once a week. And honest to God, I doubt that you even do that unless Catherine's with you. I honestly doubt that he actually goes out and gets his groceries anymore. I think he gets that shit delivered to the house. I honestly think so. I can't prove it yet, but because he'll slip up eventually. But I think that's what it is. And the reason why I think that, and the reason why I think eventually it's going to get exposed, is this weird obsession he has with shit being delivered to him. Not just DoorDash, but the thing with FedEx, UPS, or whatever. He always has some weird ass story about that shit. And it never makes no kind of sense. It's almost obsessive. It's almost becoming an obsession for him, to be honest. And the reason why that is because he's scared that every delivery driver is a detractor, or someone who's listened to some detractor content. That's what he's really scared of. That's why he's definitely afraid of it. That's why him and Catherine don't actually go out to a restaurant anymore, like whatever that breakfast place they used to go to, and all of that. That's why he's very selective on when they actually go out there and sit down and eat. That's why everything's delivered, because he's afraid that someone's going to walk up on him and notice him. I think he's legitimately scared of that. But now he's in the safety of his little gated community, which isn't really that safe either, or it's not that gated, whatever. It's just a hop, skip, and jump, if anything else. He thinks he's safe in his little gated community inside of his little Snort fort, but he's paranoid about every little thing when it comes to deliveries. If a delivery is 5 minutes late, it has to be a detractor. Someone figured me out. Someone found me. Someone ripped open my package to see if it's really, they know what kind of medicine, what kind of medications we're taking or whatever. I only bring that up because he said that Catherine had an issue with some medication that she ordered recently. So how am I not to think that this idiot don't think that the detractors are trying to find out what medications they take so they can laugh about that or anything else? This dude is off his fucking rocker, dude. He wants to talk about normal people wouldn't do anything in real life. He legitimately won't do anything in real life. If someone comes for him, he will do nothing because he cannot do nothing. That's the truth. Cowards don't stay at home. Well, sorry. Brave men and women don't stay at home. They don't live their lives in their home all the time. If you're scared to go outside, there's a reason why you're scared to go outside. Whether real, imaginary, or whatever.
Okay. Anyway, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so why not ask Craig not to do that? Well, Craig, thanks for asking me on your show, but if you're going to ask me any questions whatsoever about negative stuff, I'm not appearing. Huh? It's almost like you have to get past that. Like, this is the initial hurdle. And once that hurdle has been passed, correct? Then you can get to normality. So maybe if I appear on the show and it's a whole hour of interrogation, hardcore hour of asking me questions about every stupid thing that I've already answered, and I just got to give the answers again, so it's all in one consolidated spot, and the haters will never be satisfied, and they'll always say we hate his answers, and then, my fans will be like, we really didn't care about this anyway, we're going to watch his streams regardless, and then maybe, if things go well, then things can maybe get back to normality. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Maybe eventually I can be a normal appearer on some show, like a normal human. I don't have to be treated like, I'm a scumbag spy for some kind of a country who now has to be thrown in the gulag and tortured to get answers. You know what I'm saying? So I guess we'll see what happens. And by the way, no, I'm not getting paid for the show. That was never a discussion. I don't think anyone gets paid as a guest on that show. I don't want money for the show. I was never an intention at all. I wasn't paid for the quartering appearance. I'm not paid for this stuff. It's ridiculous. That's what people say when they're assholes.
Can't prove it. He can't prove that he got paid for the quartering show or not. So there's that. On top of that, because that's one of the knocks against him, of course he's not going to ask Stuttering Craig and SideScrollers to do it. Plus, it's an upstart essentially anyway. So, how much money are they really expecting to throw at you when they're just trying to rebuild their platform? Like, fuck on with this. Matter of fact, he just admitted that this whole thing's essentially a waste of time for him and Stuttering Craig and his crew anyway, because he's just going to blurt out this. He's going to regurgitate the same fucking answers that leads to nothing. Right? He's never going to prove anything because he can't prove anything. So he's literally just wasting time. He's legitimately wasting time. And I guess he's doing this as some type of good graces so he can come back there as a revolving guest, as he's talked about already. And he may be disappointed if that don't happen. So he literally is just wasting people's time for his own benefit. Yeah, the podcast might make some money or whatever the case may be, but essentially he wasted time. They could have brought somebody up there with some real substance and actually gotten more out of it than being stuck to this fucking piece of garbage. Damn shame if you think about it.
Shit up. Okay? Alright, let's get to the tip side of things, because there's a lot of tips to shout out. Okay. $1 tip from... You're describing karma. That's why it's always important to be a good person when it matters most. Now, I will openly admit over the years, I told you guys this time and time again, I made big mistakes back in the day. When I was first, my early days as a content creator, I was an asshole. I spoke out of turn. I insulted things that I had no right to insult. I was insulting game developers. I was insulting other content creators. I was insulting games. It came from my days of being a competitive Street Fighter, where back then, to make a name for yourself, you had to be offensive. You had to actually start rivalries. That way people would care about you, right?
What kind of retardation is that? You had to start rivalries by talking shit? That's not how that... You had to actually back it up, too. Jesus Christ, you're out of fucking touch. But that's... Jesus Christ, you're fucking out of touch. I think I have a video out where I did this. I was reacting to one of your dumb shits. I think I'm going to call that shit, by the way, How You Gonna Act. I think that's literally what I'm going to call that series now, too. That's just going to be funny. Anyway, I swore I've already done a video talking about this shit, though. It just goes to show how out of touch he was with the FGC. You thought threatening people on a fucking fighting game forum to beat them up, right? Or hurt them very bad, or even possibly kill them in a fight. You thought that's how you got your name out there and your name across? What about that time, Phil, that you told Triforce in the Third Strike thread that, hey, you're not a top player here. You don't belong here. What are you even doing in here? And what happened when you sat there and threatened, when you threatened Triforce over there on Alphaism Radio, and you said, hey, you know, you better straighten the fuck up because you don't want me to put hands on you. Do you not know what... I don't know about Triforce these days, but you know what Triforce could have done to you back in the day? Do you know how badly he could have had some boys pretzel your ass up? And whatever little friends you decided to bring with you? And you wanted to... You remember what happened when Jaha had you on your fucking hands and knees in that parking lot? Like a bitch? Remember when you were crying to him and Watson about how you're a fucking alcoholic and you can't control yourself or whatever? Those two could have pissed in your fucking face and you would have taken it. Jesus Christ. You spent all that time in the FGC and you didn't know how to act. And then, and even funnier lore, it's not funny, but even more lore, he had equated his racism to the FGC too. He put that on them too at one time or another. You have to dig for that. But he sat there and basically was like, oh, well, I didn't know any better, and, you know, whatever. And, you know, there was a lot of edgy shit that was being said back in those days, so, you know, I just went with it. Oh, my God. All right, here, let me bring that part back. I got to hear it one more time.
You're describing karma. That's why it's always important to be a good person when it matters most. Now, I will openly admit over the years, I told you guys this time and time again, I made big mistakes back in the day. When I was first, my early days as a content creator, I was an asshole. I spoke out of turn. I insulted things that I had no right to insult. I was insulting game developers. I was insulting other content creators. I was insulting games. It came from my days of being a competitive Street Fighter, where back then, to make a name for yourself, you had to be offensive. You had to actually start rivalries. That way people would care about you, right? So it kind of is from that. But that was over 10 years ago. If you take a look at things now versus then, and if you watch my content today versus back then, okay, how can you even compare the two? It's like apples to oranges. It's hilarious because people will say, Phil, you've changed too much. Your content's too tame. We don't like you anymore. Then people say, oh, you see, Phil hasn't changed at all. That's why we still hate him. Like, what? You can't have it both ways. It's either you admit that I've changed as a person, I've grown, I don't do those offensive things I used to do anymore, but then you admit, but you say, oh, well, now the content's boring.
The content was always boring. My thought was, not that he's addressing me in particular, but go with me on this. My thought is, he has dumbed down the rage, and he's dumbed down some of the other shit because one, he's trying to paywall it, and two, he's trying to deter the restreamers, and three, he's trying to kill This Is How You Don't Play. He's been tanking and or sandbagging his content, especially the gameplay, over the years because he wants the restreamers and he wants This Is How You Don't Play to die out. That's what he wants, and it's still not working. That's why his pre-bitch podcast gets the most views and whatnot for the most part as it pertains to restreaming or whatever. And then most streamers are smart enough to duck out afterwards, unless you're doing like a night stream, like big ups to Piece of Peace or anybody else who does their restreamers at night, and you catch them on that shit. Unless you're going to Dark Dave Mirrors or Raw DSP for your clips or whatever, or whatever the case may be. Other than that, the gameplay's trash. Unless you actually have a vested interest in the gameplay in that particular game, just to see how bad he is. But that's it. You were never really entertaining. You were more of a spurg. Certainly, well, no, you still are a spurg, to be honest. You're definitely more spurgy. You just don't. You're trying to exhibit control when you really don't have any. And if anybody's dumb enough to believe it, then they deserve that. But that's really what that comes down to. He's only hurting himself. He's only hurting himself. We're talking about a person who can't even pull in 700,000 views a month anymore. And his catalog is what? 60,000 plus deep? I mean, if you want to go by fucking numbers, right? Then go by, then follow the numbers. Follow the money. Follow the snorts. And it'll lead you to it.
It's the other way around. If it's so offensive or whatever, then you know what I'm saying? It's bullshit because they want it both ways. They want justification for hating on me, but then they use that as a reason to say that also my content sucks. It doesn't make any sense at all.
I don't know. It sounds like a win-win to me, Phil, but I don't need to justify why I don't like you or what you do. It is what it is. I think you're a piece of garbage of a person. Amongst other things. I don't need to justify that to anybody. I do what I do. If they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. But I don't need to sit there and lash out to people and call them idiots or call them morons or call them this and that and the third because they don't agree with me. I don't need to do that. You do. That's how much you need to protect your fragile little fucking ego. But most people don't need to do that.
Rationalization, right? And it doesn't work. You can't rationalize toxic hate. You just can't do it. It's not anything logical. Wait,
he said you can't rationalize toxic hate, yet he has admitted multiple times that he used to troll in the FGC. He used to be an asshole early on YouTube, and he tries to justify why he did it and quote-unquote admits that he's wrong. Think about what he just said. You cannot justify hate, or you cannot rationalize hate, but yet that's all he does. He rationalizes the hate against them. Remember? It's all about profit, views, clout. What the fuck? Oh.
Yeah. Logical people will take someone and criticize, say, nah, okay, I don't like them, and move on. They don't do systematic harassment. You know what I'm saying? So you want to talk about karma? Sure. Absolutely. In the Street Fighter community, I did awful things. Karma. Sure. My early days as a YouTuber, I did some really dumb, awful things. Karma. But when you're talking about the last 5+ years, I don't even know how you can even reasonably say that any of the stuff that's happened to me could be karma when I have really tried to change for the better.
Someone give her a pill and leave her somewhere. He wants something within the last 5 years, right? Theoretically. Then theoretically that falls into a 5-year mark just about. Give her a pill and leave her fucking somewhere. Fuck you. Fuck you. You were in a relationship with that chick for how long? At least 5 years? And that's all the value that's all the value you had for her in the end? Was give her a pill and leave her somewhere? Eat a dick.
Better. Listening to your feedback actively. You know, I want to be a better person. I don't think that it's, I hope I become a better person. And I think it's an ongoing
I want to be a better person. I hope to be a better person. So you admit that you're a piece of garbage. So despite all of your changes that you just try to convince people on, you're still a piece of trash, right? Because good people don't hope that they become good people. Good people hope to become better people. That's not what you're saying. I may have heard you wrong though. Let's find out.
Sure, my early days as a YouTuber, I did some really dumb, awful things, karma. But when you're talking about the last 5+ years, I don't even know how you can even reasonably say that any of the stuff that's happened to me could be karma when I have really tried to change for the better, listening to your feedback actively. You know, I want to be a better person. I don't think that it's, I hope I become a better person. And I think it's an ongoing thing, right? And self-improvement is always an ongoing thing. You're never perfect. So you always got to try to improve a little more, right? But I don't see how that justifies what happens to me today. All I want to do is go on a podcast. Within 24 hours of the announcement, it's now got to be an interrogation session because everyone is spreading misinformation. But you see, oh, by the way, the point I was making about Derek earlier, but you see the point? Already there's insane misinformation about me being fed to these guys. It's completely wrong. It's all wrong shit. It's, you know, oh, Derek is a giant whale of Phil's. So we went and we harassed him.
And then he says that people are selective about what they choose, and that's what they hyper focus on. Literally, he's doing the exact same shit with Derek. They pointed out that, yeah, one of them even admitted, I think 2 of them did, admitted that they went and looked at Derek's timeline and that shit's full of fucking porn. Say something about that. No, you don't want to do that. You just want to talk about, oh, Derek's a whale, and then they went into the whole thing about the porn shit. Avoid the porn shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Just like you trying to be a better person, you want to be a better person. No. Holy shit. No. Good people strive to become better people. Pieces of garbage want to be looked at as good people. But you're clearly not a good person. You know you're not a good person. You admitted it. If you're a good person, you don't say, oh, I strive to become a good person. You say that I strive to become a better person. A better person for my family, a better person for my friends, a better person for my community. That's what good people do. People that are pieces of fucking trash, lolcows especially, are always saying, I'm a good person, but no one ever sees me for that. They just see me the way they want to see me. Jesus Christ.
He's literally he's not a financial contributor at all. He's just someone who talks on the stream. And people actually went out there and bullied him. How the fuck is that fair? If anything, the last thing you would want to bring up is him, because it makes you and your detractor community look awful. But you're so stupid and up your own ass, you don't realize that. You would want to not touch that with a 10-foot pole because you realize harassing a random viewer is not the way to prove your point about anything.
All right, you want me to point out dude who went bankrupt 3 times and yet he still donates to you? And like gives up, and like, who was that guy who fucking damn near had to forego it was either braces for himself or for his fucking kids to donate to you? What about the guy who uses his dead wife's insurance money to donate to you? What about the dude who fucking foregoed getting himself a car so he could donate to your dumbass on a regular basis or on a semi-regular basis? Like, where do you want this to go? You don't have one dent over there. You have a bunch. A baker's dozen, if not more than that. You think Derek is going to be the shield? You think Derek is going to be the shield? Alright.
Let's continue. Let's do a dollar tip here. Okay, this is a troll. I can ignore that one. You know what's actually funny? Is that there are people, let's talk here. There are people who try to think that they're smart. And they ride what's called both sides of the fence. You ever heard this one?
Yeah, I know what that's like because cucks like you do it. I thought we were going to avoid this guy's question altogether. Now you want to try to make some point? Boy, that real estate's just getting bigger and bigger in that head of yours.
Someone who acts one way in one situation and another way in another situation. Okay? It's someone who basically is trying to play...
Yeah, actually, I got a great example of that. That's you. Remember how when Dr. Disrespect got deplatformed and shit, and you were trying to equate your situation of being demonetized to him not only losing like an 8 or a 9-figure fucking contract, because there's a difference. DSP just had a managed partnership. Dr. Disrespect had a contract, guaranteed money with other incentives that he ended up losing on top of just being deplatformed altogether. DSP was just demonetized off of Twitch. There's a difference. You mean like that situation there? You remember how you tried to ride the fence on his side of it, saying that how you were a victim? But let's go back a few years before that, when Doc showed up to, it might have been whatever convention it was. I don't want to say it was E3, but whatever it was. And he had a couple antics out there. It was kind of wild. Shouldn't have done it. Wild shit. And you were one of the first people, and then he ended up getting suspended. The whole time he got suspended, you said he deserved it. He had it coming. Yada, 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 yada. And you could have made your peace with that and let it go. But instead, as soon as Doc came back from that suspension, and he had like the second or third highest return to Twitch, and he made I can't even tell you how much money he made. He made ridiculous money that day. He made ridiculous money on that day. DSP sat there and went on insane rants for weeks on end, crying and complaining about that shit, and saying it was bullshit, and said it shouldn't happen, and how do we reward people who break the law, and all of this. You remember that? So you went sat there and rode the fence as it pertains to Dr. Disrespect on both sides. Cuck. So who the fuck are you to say anything about anything? And that's just one example. There's a bunch of them. Calling for people to get other people to get deplatformed while you got deplatformed yourself. Try to sit there and side with people that supposedly were your friends or whatever, but the next minute, if they did some shit on Twitter or whatever that could get them backlash, you were all for it. Because it was easier to side with the mob than go against it. Which is the reason why you never said anything publicly on Twitter about Arturo. You just said it on your little bullshit podcast and no one gives a fuck about it except for idiots like me. You mean like that? Fuck you.
Play both arguments, so no matter what comes up at the end of the day, they're the winner. There are people who are very much in the Detractor community, but then they come over here to the streams and they pretend to be friendly. And then all of a sudden, on the flip side of it, you know, they'll go back and back this backstabbing. So there was someone who this morning was watching.
Wait. I'm sorry. I have to pick through that. So you have detractors who come over to my stream and try to be friendly, but then go back to their own community and make content on you. But theoretically, they were never on your side because they were a detractor in the beginning. So when they went over there, you knew they were a detractor. Despite whether they were being friendly or being an asshole. You knew what that was before they even got there. But you somehow thought because they were being nice, or they were being civil, or whatever, you thought when they would leave, they were just going to stop making content on you? No, you sound like a fucking idiot. Shut up. Shut up. I know you guys are the ops. And just because you come over here and you decide not to go ahead and fire the place up doesn't make them not the ops when they leave. Jesus Christ.
The SideScrollers podcast said very, very bad things about me in their chat room and just tried to tip me $1 and say something like I'm going to talk to them. Are you stupid? Yes, you are stupid. You're dumb. Why? Do you think I'm blind? You know, obviously, you know, I watched the show this morning. I just talked about it, right? So, I mean, how dumb can you be? But these people are dumb. That's how they act. So, no, I'm not going to entertain you in my content when I know that you're saying nasty things about me all over the internet. I'd be a moron. Okay? All right, continuing on. Ibuki number 2 tipped me $1. I can't wait to watch that rant on one of my many Detractor channels. It's gonna be great. Huh? I don't know. Maybe someone is saying they tried to get me to say something and I did, so now they're gonna watch it on a Detractor channel. I don't care. Good for you. Doesn't make any sense. Next one. This is hilarious. Here we go again. $1 tip. I literally just addressed this. I'll reiterate myself. It's your word against theirs. Hard evidence would end all of this. Why not show anything that will back up your word? Because they have created their narrative in a very specific way. They had years to work on this. This isn't like they just came up with this overnight. This is a narrative that has been built in a specific way for years. So that now they think they've backed me into this corner. That if I, to prove my innocence, would have to reveal something. But if I reveal
Nah, you backed yourself into this corner, really. you did, Phil. Don't shortchange yourself on this. You've done a fantastic job backing yourself into this blanket, into this pancake mix. This is gonna be a fantastic pigs in a blanket, but you've done that to yourself. I mean, the podcast itself is probably not gonna be great, but you know how you backed yourself into that pancake is fantastic. Trust me, you did it all on your own. Don't take credit away from yourself.
Could still be used to hurt me, right? Right? And I've already explained. If I were to open up my phone at all and you see anything on my screen, any of that is potential that they could now try to hack, harass, mess with my life. If they see a login that I use for anything on my phone, oh, that's it. And see what I'm saying? Any of that, any information about a financial institution, about anything, any little piece like that. And the thing is, that's what they want. They won't accept it. And then on top of all of that, all right, on top of all of that, if I did provide it, it would either be, oh, you see, well, Phil fabricated it, or he changed it just in time for this, so that now he looks okay. It doesn't matter. These people are not looking for any answer that will prove me innocent. If anything happens that would say, here's the definitive, evidence that I'm innocent, they wouldn't care. It would be what we've said over the years. It's called moving the goalpost.
Something can't be definitive if there's no evidence behind it. So what are you talking about? Like, that doesn't work. Like, do you want people to come up with the thesis that, okay, your thesis, here's the thesis. The thesis is DSP a liar? To prove your thesis, you have to work in reverse. First off, so you have to prove, is DSP not a liar? Then you go through your variables. You go through your evidence. If you cannot go against your original thesis, then your original thesis stands. Period. Come on, you're a valedictorian. You know this. So you got to provide evidence. You have to provide proof. Your word means nothing. And that's what he don't want to address because he knows he's already dead to rights.
Then we'll go on to the next thing. All right, well then, what about this horrible thing and this horrible thing? That's how they are. They've only done this every single time. You know what I'm saying? For the last 10 years. At first, it was, this is how you don't play. Then it was, first it was Phil's a bad gamer. Then it was Phil's a bad person. Then it was, Phil doesn't deserve the success he has because he's lazy. Let's do all these horrible things to him. Then when I lose all my money because they destroy my YouTube channel, then it's, oh, you see, now Phil's lying about this and lying about that. It's on to the next. It's on to the next. It's on to the next. It's always on to the next thing with these people. I've been through this for 10 years. You see? 10 years. It's not like this has been, oh, just...
I lost all my money because they destroyed my YouTube channel. What's that part? I want to hear that part again.
Top of all of that. All right? On top of all of that, if I did provide it, it would either be, oh, you see, well, Phil fabricated it, or he changed it just in time for this, so that now he looks okay. It doesn't matter. These people are not looking for any answer that will prove me innocent. If anything happens that would say, here's the definitive, evidence that I'm innocent, they wouldn't care. It would be what we've said over the years. It's called moving the goalpost. Then we'll go on to the next thing. All right, well then, what about this horrible thing and this horrible thing? That's how they are. They've only done this every single time. You know what I'm saying? For the last 10 years. At first, it was, this is how you don't play. Then it was, first it was Phil's a bad gamer. Then it was Phil's a bad person. Then it was, Phil doesn't deserve the success he has because he's lazy. Let's do all these horrible things to him. Then when I lose all my money because they destroy my YouTube channel, then it's, oh, you see, now Phil's lying about this and lying about that. It's on to the next. It's on to the next. It's on to the next. It's always on to the next thing with these people. I've been through this for 10 years. You see? 10 years. It's not like this has been just getting exposed.
Oh, that was a delicious morsel. So, destroying his YouTube channel, going back to his the fake copyright strikes or copyright claims against him or whatever. DSP is adamant that YouTube and Machinima told him to delete those videos. That has to be bullshit. I know it's bullshit. He deleted those videos on purpose. Here's the thing. If he had privated those videos, then Machinima would have straightened that shit out, right? And then those videos would have gone back up. DSP saw all those copyright strikes come in. Machinima said they were on it. Give us time. DSP panicked and he deleted all those videos. Machinima comes back and they're like, what the fuck did you do? Why did you delete all these videos? Like, why did you do that? That was Machinima's job. It was to handle those situations. That's the whole point of him being in a managed partnership in the first place. And he fucked himself over it. He's been blaming detractors, trolls, haters, and critics ever since. Mark my words. And DSP already admitted it. He already admitted to deleting all those videos. But Machinima and YouTube would not tell him to do those things. They would have not have done that. It would be their job to work it out, and they would have. They did it every time before, and they did it up until DSP talked himself out of that contract. No one ruined anything but himself. I don't even think the people behind that situation even could have fathomed what would have happened to him. Even they weren't expecting that shit. But yet again, I trust Phil. I trust Phil to be Phil.
Right now, it's a 10-year process of the same thing happening over and over. So the whole point is, the few times in history when there has been definitive evidence that what they say is wrong, they pretend like the situation didn't exist and they move on from it and move on to the next horrible thing. So there's no point. That's the point. Why ruin my own life and my family's life in order to disprove one piece of what they're saying just for there to be 10 more, and then they continue the harassment, right? Okay. I got another dollar tip here. Komi-san claims, I am demeaning. Here we go. Here's a new one. You say you don't deserve hate, but you're demeaning to Japanese culture. Every time you play any kind of JRPG and you assume all of Japan is waifus and no life, stop playing dumb. I keep telling you this, like. How do you not understand that's you? I challenge you. I absolutely challenge you. Find a moment in any of my content where I said, literally, everyone in Japan is like that. Challenge you. No. Is it part of their culture? Yes. Am I critical of that part of their culture? Yes. Do I have a right to my opinion? Yes. Does anyone have a right to disagree with that opinion? Yes. Does anyone have a right to harass me and my family and try to ruin my life because I have an opinion? Oops. I can't say yes again. Do you see the point I'm making? There comes to a point where logic has to step in and be like, no, okay, maybe you disagree with that. But again, oh, well, we all hate you because you said generalized things about Japan. Well, first of all,
it's not even about just Japan. He said that about a bunch of other things and a bunch of other people. He said that about content creators. He said that about reviewers. He said about people who got breaks and who didn't deserve it. He said that about a lot of things. I am going to reserve this because this shit's going to come back to bite him in a little bit. And so I want you to hear what his retort is when that shit comes about. But he's done that quite a bit. And he's quick to try to defend himself now because he doesn't want any, as he said, any new ammunition to be used against him later. But he knows what the fuck he said about Japan. And he's had a hate boner against Japan. Not only, just going back to the FGC, not the fact that he got passed around like a piece of fucking slow roasted pork amongst the top 3 at EVO 2005, but on the on what he feels is the unfair advantage that Japan makes the games and they get to play the games first, so they have an advantage when it comes to, well, when it like competitive games or even YouTube. I can't remember what it was, a Dark Souls 3 maybe, which is what he had to get himself a Japanese copy just so he could play it early because everybody else was and it was unfair and yada yada yada, and he needed to do that to compete. He's had a hate boner against Japan and against Japanese people for the longest. What reason? It don't even matter. It don't even matter. Most racists can't justify why they're racist anyway. So it is what it is. But that is what he is. And he can never change that. But anyway, this will come back on him later though.
I've disagreed with parts of culture. That's obviously for a group. Not everything is always going to be for every single person, right? We know that. But at the same time, is that a reason to try to be so toxic towards me and to hate me? I mean, come on. There's this rampant immaturity with the meme culture, with the hater troll culture. It's insane. Anyway, continuing on.
And real quick, that actually harkens back to Metal Gear Solid when he was talking all that shit about Kojima. That's another thing that he's saying too, but he doesn't want to actually bring that up. So that's another reason. Oh, I had a bad take or whatever. Do I deserve to be strung up for it for the rest of my life? That's debatable.
Maturity with the meme culture, with the hater troll culture. It's insane. Anyway, continuing on. And by the way, I will say this. Regardless of how the podcast goes, regardless of anything, that SideScrollers podcast is pretty good. I've been watching it for like 2 weeks now. I really like it. I suggest you all give it a watch. All right? If you don't like it, you don't like it. But I wanna support people who I feel are genuine, who are true to their passion for something, and I feel Craig is definitely one of those people.
How do you know that? You barely know him, and you're already struggling to try to give them a rub anyway, or to try to promote them. But how the fuck are you gonna talk to another man's passion, and you haven't spoken to the guy in over a fucking decade? Oh, okay.
He's a very passionate guy about games, the gaming community, and all of that. And I think that he just deserves, some good attention on the stuff he does.
Couldn't shout him out for shit. You see how he's struggling? He is internally fighting with himself to give this guy any type of publicity. And that's the reason why, the reason why I should say is because DSP don't like giving other people publicity. He hates doing it. He hates trying to help other people out. And look at how he's struggling. Do you know how fucking easy it is to shout somebody out? It's super fucking easy. But DSP can't do it. Why do you think he keeps using that hate monger fucking excuse about, thank you for the person who did this, or thank you for the person who did that. I'd like to shout you out, but I can't. Or they told me not to because they're afraid they're going to get harassed. And what is that? That right there is just the pignosis to anybody else that, hey, if you make anything for me, an insert, an intro or whatever the case may be, you might get harassed. So if you want me to give you credit, I will, but you don't want to get harassed on Twitter or on your YouTube channel for all that, do you? Just for helping little old me out, right? You wouldn't want that. And obviously people are going to be like, well, damn, if it's really like that, then no, I don't. And that works right into his benefit. That works right to his benefit. You're just another nameless fan. You're another nameless and faceless fan who decided to come through and support me because you really love me and my content and you really appreciate what I do. So he's crafting a narrative just through that. Just through that. And because of that, because he's not used to giving anything back to anybody, is the reason why he's struggling right here. Absolutely embarrassing.
To their passion for something, and I feel Craig is definitely one of those people. And the entire time I've known him, he's a very passionate guy about games, the gaming community, and all of that. And I think that he just deserves, some good attention on the stuff he does. Go check out his podcast. If you don't like it, it's fine. Like I said, he's from Texas. Take that as you will. So there's going to be some people on the show talking about, various topics. I think you can figure them out. Okay. I should tell everyone there's a 24-hour wait So, we have over 500 viewers. Perhaps some of you are newcomers to the channel. I don't know if you are. If you are, you cannot talk in chat or do comments for 24 hours. Why? Because there's a sub-only mode. Simply because trolling. I mean, with the level of trolling I get, if I didn't have sub-only mode, it would be pretty bad. We originally didn't have it, and the entire chat was just nonstop these idiots spamming insane, disgusting stuff. It was not fun for anyone. So sub-only mode's in effect. It is a 24-hour. If you sub for 24 hours, then you can chat, and you're welcome to come in here and be a part of the community. Everyone is welcome on DSP Gaming. Always have been. All right, we're still going. Dollar tip. We're never gonna get to the game. See, this is correct. Someone tipped $1, says you have to understand it's your word against the trolls. Correct. The viewers during the interview won't know who to believe because they don't know you as a creator. Correct. That's fair to assume. Correct. That's all correct. Yep. I don't have anything else to say. That's all correct. 1,000,000%. Thank you for the tip. We got I don't know what you're talking about. This is funny. Someone tipped $1 and says, you call people idiots when they asked about an interview. Now you had one in the cards. You've been working on it for weeks. It's hard to understand you. It's mental gymnastics. If anything that I just explained to you on the show is mental gymnastics, okay? Mental gymnastics for you.
Keep in mind, maybe what this guy is talking about is how he has those other two people. He strung them along for 4 months, and he said he feels bad about it. That's what this guy is addressing. DSP has already, quote unquote, admitted that, hey, I feel bad for doing what I'm doing, right? But now, because enough time has gone by, DSP thinks, oh, I can go ahead and flip this any way I want because I don't like how it was presented to me. And now he's going to act like a complete and total asshole about a situation he's already admitted he fucked up on.
You need to work out your brain a little harder. Maybe, perhaps, you need to flex your thinking. I don't know how exactly you would do that. Maybe do some Sudoku or something. I don't know. But, you know. I don't know. I don't even know how else to respond to that. I literally just explained the whole situation. It sounds like someone was either going like this, neener, 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 I don't hear what, I can't hear you. Or, you just hear what you want to hear. I don't know what else to say. Another $1 tip came in. Holy moly. You have generalized it. Several times I've come to your streams. You said the Japanese have a culture of a hostess cafe. You compared Hong Kong to Japan. You're generalizing Asian cultures in general. I'm trying to help you be more self-aware, but you can't help it. It makes that generalization. Other people turn that into demeaning. All right. If you have a problem with something that I say on a stream, fine. Call me out for it. But, you know, call me out when I'm doing it, too. Like, right
Oh, boy. This is why I told you earlier on I was going to wait, because it was going to come back up later. So, he said it didn't happen. Now he's saying it did happen. Oh, no, he said originally it didn't happen. It didn't happen that way. It's a you problem, not a me problem. If I did do it, I don't deserve to be harassed for it till the end of time for it. Now he's conceding, okay, I did do it, but call me out for it when I'm actually doing it. Don't bring it up now. Bring it up when it actually happens, which is a convenient way of DSP saying, let me give you the Piggy translation. Come to my stream and bring it up when it happens, and then I'm gonna ban your ass right then and there. And then, whoop, no more problem. That's exactly what he's basically baiting out here. Holy shit. Going back to our mental gymnastics comment from before.
I can't tell you exactly what I said or when I said it. I mean, how many games we're playing? Like a Dragon Ishin, we've played Yakuza games, we've played Lost Judgment games. I've done React-style commentary on this stuff. I don't even know what you're addressing. In general, no, I don't believe that there is 100% of Japan is anything. That's ridiculous. There's no 100% of any group is anything. That's a crass overgeneralization that's meant to basically be inflammatory if you say something like that. So I don't even know what you're addressing. Tipping me $1 now during a podcast that's already gone over its length to try to prove your point is not helping anyone, including yourself. It's not helping your case. We don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, so I'm sure there'll be more talk about all of this soon. If I have any more updates for any of you regarding any of this stuff, I'll let you know. right now, 100% working on hashing out details and the like, and stuff like that. And I'll let you know when I know. Like I said, likely it'll be me appearing on this podcast middle of the month at some point. And likely it's going to end up being something that's before my own content. And then I can kind of do a post show. Hey, if you like that appearance, head over to DSP Gaming. Or actually, at that point, it'll likely be DSP Reacts. I almost think like that would be the better channel to do it. Head over to DSP Reacts, right? And do a little mini show where we talk about everything that happened. And you know what I'm saying? I just received a $2 tip from Big Papa Phil. You think it's true the majority of your current detractors weren't even around for your earlier offensive actions? They just bandwagon detractors who don't even know of you until they watch a detractor video. These people have never been hurt by you and still attack you? Probably. It's funny because
you don't need to be hurt by somebody to fucking have an opinion of them. That's just kind of lame, to be honest with you. It's almost like you can't speak up when you see egregious shit happen anymore. You just can't. You just can't just come out and say, "Hey, I think that's dumb," or "Hey, I think that's not fair. Or that's not right." And you just can't say something. Oh no, you have to be purposely affected by it for anything to happen. I see. That I sure. Okay, gotcha. There's a reason why in women's self-defense classes they tell you to scream fire instead of screaming rape. You know that, right? The reason why is because, and this has been documented, when women who were assaulted, people tend to turn away from it. They tend to close their doors. They tend to close their windows. They tend to act like it's none of their business because no one ever wants to be concerned with something that isn't their business. When they scream fire, everybody wants to see something burn. And people are more than likely to actually do something at that point, especially when there's a bunch of people around them seeing the exact same thing. You're more than likely to see people actually react and do something than to actually walk around or to walk away and act like they didn't see or hear anything. Anyway, whatever. Whatever. It didn't hurt anybody, so who should care, right?
He said something on the SideScrollers podcast this morning that I completely disagree with. They actually said, do you think the major majority of people who don't like Phil who have become his detractors are former fans? I don't think so. I think at one point that was the case. I think during the This Is How You Don't Play movement, that was the case. And that was 10 years ago. That was, we liked Phil, but now seeing all the negative things he does all in one spot, we kind of realize, how bad he is. And, that's really what spearheaded that movement against me. Today, I don't think so. And again, they had misinformation. They said things
just for the record, by the way, too, because this has been nagging me for a little bit. It's as it pertains to that Cooler movie I talked about. It's Dragon Ball Z, Cooler's Revenge. That's movie number 8. And then Return of Cooler, or Mecha Cooler, is movie number 9. Sorry, that's just been eating at me for a minute. It's been eating at me for a minute.
Doxing, like there's hardcore evidence. I've doxed people. That literally has never happened. They said that I doxed one of my moderators. That literally has never happened. They have all this misinformation.
Yeah, that's the PW Dub situation. Of course, though, and I said in the last video, I wasn't sure if he was a mod or not. He may have been, he may have not have been. Someone will correct me. My apologies. Yet again. He might not have been, actually. But he did dox PW Dubs. For sure. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this guy gave you his information to prove a point about something, and you run to your fucking mod chat with that. What the fuck is that, Phil? And then, that situation on Twitter with Streamlabs. Doxing all those names on fucking Twitter was dumb. Yet again, another example of dumb shit.
But this is what people believe. So people hear that, they believe it, and then they put it out on the internet as fact. I received quite a large super chat, a $31 super chat. Look at that nice chair spin. A $31 super chat from Stevie B, who says, have you thought about changing your name to Lightside Phil to promote your newfound positivity? Just a thought. No, someone already took that name years ago that apparently was also a detractor. I'm serious. So, I don't think I'll ever change my online moniker. I think it'll always be DSP or Darksydephil. However, I do think that the whole era of the stupidness of people saying things like, oh, he's called the king of hate because he's a bigot and a racist. I think those days are over. I don't use that moniker anymore. It's been over a year that I got rid of it. There's too much misconceptions about it.
Actually, I think I was right initially. If you're talking about, I'm sorry, yet again. If we're talking about Dragon Ball Z movies in particular, it's movie number 5. If you talk about the 3 Dragon Ball Z movies that came out of the Dragon Ball saga, or the Dragon Ball series before it came Dragon Ball Z, then that would make it movie number 8. On top of that too, now let me get back to what you guys actually come here for. As it pertains to DSP, the King of Hate being linked to being a bigot or whatever, the original reasoning behind the King of Hate is stupid in itself. And it only reinforces your bigotry as well as your other things. And just because you dropped it for a year doesn't mean it goes away, which just shows even more retardation on your part. One does not clean up their act in the shortest amount of time possible that's convenient to them. That's not how that works. So you changing the King of Hate vlogs, you changing the name of your actual site, and you dropping the King of Hate moniker doesn't change not a goddamn thing. Because if you still search King of Hate vlogs or just King of Hate DSP, guess what pops up? DSP. Even if you drop the DSP and you just put King of Hate in, DSP still pops up. You'll always pop up. You'll never escape that. You can go ahead and do your little fake woke bullshit trying to come up with all these lame ass ways to try to keep yourself from being canceled. Trust me, Phil, the day you get canceled, it'll be all on you. Trust me. And you'll never be able to hide from what you've done. Just live with it. Deal with it. Accept it, live with it, deal with it. You've got no other choice. Nothing you ever do from here on out will ever wipe the slate clean for you. And no content creator can ever help you wipe the slate clean. Just live with that. Accept it. Go back to when you were at the peak of your fucking ignorance and you said you didn't care. Everybody else is dumbasses anyway. I'm just going to do what I want to do. Go back to that. Oh, you can't. You don't have the money. You don't have the love of the woman from back then. You don't have the fucking army of dents that were willing to lay themselves down for you. You don't have anything no more. That's what it is. You don't have any advantages anymore. For Christ's sake, Phil, I guess this is what it's like to be mortal. This is what it's like to bleed. Womp womp.
So I'm happy that those days are behind me because that was an easy one. People want to say that I'm a bad person. See, he calls himself this with no actual rationalization of what it means because that's not what they're saying it means, you see? But that's gone, but no, I don't think I'm ever going to change for being DSP. All right. Are you serious? Another tip has come in. This is getting ridiculous now. A tip has come in. So, an anonymous tipper tipped $1. You've certainly done the best you can against trolling. You try to pay it no attention on your streams. I'm glad that you've noticed that I am trying to get... I mean, today was an exception. We had to address it. But in general, once I get to the meat of my streams, I try to ignore all that stuff. Something keeps them going. What do you think it is that keeps you in the spotlight? That I can answer. That I can absolutely answer. It's called personal benefit. Because there is a culture on YouTube to latch onto people, the lol cow culture, and bandwagon on people negatively and profit. Whether it's you get clickbait, whether it's you get, views, engagement, attention, growing content. There's people on YouTube who literally all they do is make videos of me and they get thousands of views and they actually make money doing it. All they do is slander me and they make money doing it. So that's what I mean. If there was no personal benefit to doing it, it would be way less prominent and it would have died out.
That sounds retarded too because, Phil, every one of those people had to build themselves up to that position. You realize that, right? They had to get themselves there, right? You realize that, right? You do realize that there are multiple fucking detractors, trolls, haters, or critics who have done this or who do it for profit, who have to fight off like demonetization as well as being deplatformed on what seems like a fucking regular basis. And yet they keep doing it and more people keep following in their footsteps. You realize that, right? I mean, congratulations for going ahead and exposing what you feel is the priority when it comes to the content that's being made on you. But the driving force behind it has to be more than that. And I can't necessarily speak on that because that's up to the individual. But I think for a lot of people, it's more than just money. If you can make some money off of this, great. And by all means, you should. But I think it's more than that. But you can't see that. Nor would anybody expect you to.
Once This Is How You Don't Play started dying out, what's the next thing we can do? Let's say something else.
Really? When did This Is How You Don't Play die out? That's weird. I didn't know This Is How You Don't Play died out. When did that happen? Did I not get the memo? Did the DIA not did not forward me my mail? Fuck, I'm gonna have to go over there and get it. Alright. I'll head over to the DIA offices, because I did not get that memo. I really didn't.
About him. Let's continue the harassment, because this gravy train ain't drying out yet. Let's keep that negativity going. And YouTube does nothing about it unless you're rich and you sue people. They just keep it up. You see?
Gravy train. Oh shit. Alright, big ups to Diggs for that. Big ups to Raw DSP and Dark Dave Mears for that. Very much appreciated. Here's the funny part. It's actually more profitable, believe it or not, it's actually more profitable to do Wings content than DSP content. Just to let you know. Just to put it in perspective. Same thing if you wanted more clout too. I think DSP detractors are definitely get a lot of recognition, and they're definitely recognized. But if you're really trying to build a channel fast and make it profitable and make it stick, as long as whatever it is that you say are your values, you hold to it and don't overextend yourself, then doing Wings content is probably the way to go. But that's neither here nor there. Holy shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me a second to straighten up. We'll reconvene for final thoughts. I'm going to get you guys out of here. Oh, boy. Silly son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. Silly son of a bitch. All right. Let's see here. Here we go. Alright. A little longer than I thought it would be, but what are you gonna do? I am out of practice. I am out of practice. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. So, what do I think as it pertains to DSP response? There's so many different ways to actually go at this, but I really love he was so lazy, he couldn't even make the crocodile tears come out. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Man, it really hurts. It really... And then completely gave that shit up. Immediately got back into his anger, right? Into his angry place. And just completely gave up on the sympathy, gave up on the crocodile tears, and went right back to being angry. That was great. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I don't have too much of anything as it pertains to any of this. Yet again, it is what it is. DSP's response is full of bullshit. A lot of pignosis. Whole shitload of pignosis. Not even good pignosis like back in the day. Just lazy in that pignosis. But it is what it is. It's what I expect. We'll see if anything else happens in the next day or so after this goes out. And what's what? My next big conquest or campaign is to... well, I've got a bunch of shit already recorded. It just needs to go up. I went ahead and asked the editor and Diggs to put this on hold, or those on hold, so I could get to this. But I've got I still got videos that are actually waiting to go up. I've got some stuff in the works. I want to start tackling some of those DSP's rendition of Down the Rabbit Hole, but I want to go over the secret limited version of it first, because that's the good version, and also the John and Howard situation 2 that's also on the menu, and we'll go from there. But I'm not going to overpromise anything. Life comes at you fast. Stuff happens. I'm feeling good right now, so I'm motivated to do a lot of that. Make of it what you will. This was just massive pignosis. It's a lazy pignosis though, but massive fucking pignosis. And in a lot of ways, I think Phil and Craig are starting to lose faith or hope in that interview. It's going to turn out to be a nothing burger, possibly. But it definitely isn't going to pan out. I don't think either man can deliver. I use the term man for DSP loosely. And it'll be just, like I said, it'll be another piece of content. Like I told you in the previous broadcast, it'll be another piece of content that people will chop up. Everybody will have a good laugh about it for a few weeks, and then we'll move on to whatever the next situation is. And hopefully, I will see you when that happens. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it, and I'll see you guys for the next one, whenever that may be, hopefully sooner than later. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a Snort Report, and this is DSP News. Always late, never breaking. Unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh, yes, a GTG Network and Productions. I've been your host. And for Tim Snorton's Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company, and Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic, I've been your host. Take care of yourselves, guys. Massively lazy pignosis. Holy shit. I expected better. No, I didn't.